Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? I have a very special stream for you. I'm here with Gonzalo Lira. So again, Gonzalo is a Chilean American journalist. He's residing in Kharkiv in Ukraine, and there's a fear that he was disappeared, so to speak. Well, he's here with me. He's here live in the flesh, and thankfully he's okay. Uh, Gonzalo, how are you?
I'm doing very well, Richard. Thank you very much for having me on. And hi, chat. How's it going?
I think we've got about 1,000 people watching. So again, guys, please make sure you've hit the like button. It helps with the algorithm. Gonzalo, can I just ask you what the hell happened? Because everybody was worried. You were set to appear on George Galloway's show, and then you didn't show up, and people were saying all sorts of things. You yourself, you said that if we don't hear from you within 12 hours, that you've likely been picked up by the SBU, which are the Ukrainian security services. Is that what happened? Were you picked up by the SBU?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And legally, for the time being, I can't discuss the period from the time I was detained. I was detained on April 15th at around, I do believe around 1:20 p.m., or roughly around that time. And I cannot discuss in any detail whatsoever that period, that lost week, if you will. Uh, I can say that they sent 8 guys that were heavily armed.
Oh, really?
That's kind of flattering. Yeah, you know. Me, middle-aged, unarmed, and 8 heavily armed men. Yeah, I felt very flattered. But no, seriously, I can't
Wow.
talk about it. I actually signed a document that I understand that in the law in Ukraine during a period of investigation, you can't discuss anything that has gone on during this period of time, and
So,
so I am going to abide by that rule.
so this is like an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. It's a sort of.
During the time of the investigation until a final sentence is handed down. Yeah.
But Gonzalo, I'm confused. I thought Ukraine is a shining liberal democracy. They don't come and arrest journalists. What are you telling us? This is interesting. This is really interesting. You mentioned.
See, it's public knowledge. It's public knowledge that the Zelensky regime has in its power Viktor Medvedchuk, who was the opposition leader. Now, for those viewers who don't understand the significance, it's sort of like if say Boris Johnson had Keir Starmer arrested.
I wish,
You know?
but
Okay.
no, I'm kidding. But I
Forgetting
understand.
about that, you know what I'm saying? Or like, yeah, or if Joe Biden just put I don't know, Trump under house arrest or something like that. I mean, like really outrageous kind of
Yeah,
behavior that does not square at all with this picture that Zelensky is this paragon of this paradigm rather of democratic virtue. I mean, the guy, just a few weeks ago, he outlawed every opposition political party. Last year, he and the year before, yeah, in 2020 and 2021, he shut down all of the opposition news channels,
right.
uh, and he has his goons have persecuted opposition journalists, have disappeared them. A problem that is going on right now is that, you see, Ukraine is a country of 45 million people before the conflict. And rough estimates are that roughly a third of that population people have been displaced. Now, some of them have fled the country altogether, and others, a majority, about 2/3 of those people, have moved internally. But the thing is, see, with all of this movement going on, a lot of people have lost track of other people,
Yeah.
including a lot of journalists. And a lot of outspoken journalists in Ukraine are kind of like missing, and nobody's really sure if they're missing, or just, they're on the move and nobody can find them. At this
Mm,
time in Ukraine, who are a male between 18 and 60, you can be conscripted and
right.
and forced to get into the uniform and start fighting. Okay, Now, so obviously, a lot of people have gone underground to avoid this fate. Now, I know for a fact that there are individuals who are floating around looking for such individuals, such men who are of fighting age. The reason I know this is because I was actually approached by one a few weeks ago. I didn't realize it at the time. He seemed sort of suspicious to me. And he came up to me and started talking to me. And I don't speak a word of Russian or Ukrainian. And I mean, da and niet, and that's pretty much it, right? And so this guy started talking to me, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he sort of like, realized I was a foreigner, and a foreigner, of course, is exempt from this rule.
Mhm.
But the point is that, see, all kinds of repressive measures are being carried out by the Zelensky regime, and you have to understand that Zelensky is an actor. He is a cocaine addicted actor. And I don't care if I'm still in Kharkov and I could get into trouble, but it's the truth. The guy is a cokehead, the cokehead of Kiev. That's who he is. And he is a puppet of Ihor Kolomoisky, who is an oligarch who created him in 2015. Zelensky was a very successful actor in Ukraine, as there are successful actors in every country. Romantic comedies, that kind of thing, everyman roles. And he was hired for the TV show Servant of the People, and which was produced rather by an outfit called 1+1 Media, which was the largest media company in Ukraine, which was owned by Kolomoisky. Now, Zelensky was market tested to play the role of an accidental president, in the show Servant of the People, which was a show that was astroturfed. For those of you who aren't American or don't understand the term, it's when something is made artificially popular by spending a lot of money, a lot of marketing money, to make it appear as if it's, a grassroots, but it's not really grassroots. It's created, manufactured, astroturf. That's where the term comes from. And so he was astroturfed into enormous popularity in 2017 and 18. And in 2018, he all of a sudden ran for president for real. But it was all bankrolled by Kolomoisky. Now, Kolomoisky, Ihor Kolomoisky, look that name up. Don't take my word for it. Ihor Kolomoisky, guess what other company he owns? Burisma Gas. The same Burisma Gas that Hunter Biden was on the board of directors and was getting paid $1 million a year for a no-show job as a member of the board of directors. And Ihor Kolomoisky was the guy who made that happen. And here's another little twist in this bizarre story. Ihor Kolomoisky is good friends with Victoria Nuland. Victoria Nuland is the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, and she is the woman who manufactured the coup d'etat of 2014 in Ukraine. Right. And so you have all this spider web of interconnectedness. And see, when I talk about this stuff, it sounds like I'm high. It sounds like I'm one of these weird conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat brigade kind of guys, right? You can look this up. You don't have to take my word for it. All of this information that I'm saying, it's publicly available, and it's been reported multiple times. None of this is secret. None of this is like some big discovery that I made. Okay, I want to make that clear. Okay, I'm just the moron who's like, oh, look at this. Oh, look at that. Oh, they're connected. People should know about this. And so I went and told people, and I got into shit out of trouble, man. That's basically what's going on. I mean, I'm not like going out there and digging into files and getting into meeting up with people in shady corners and cafes, all very dark, and trench coats and fedoras. No, I'm just a loser with a computer and Google and Wikipedia. Okay, and just you tell this stuff because it's true. It's insane.
I mean, you put it in a very modest way. I'm just putting up on the screen. This is Victoria Nuland, who again is the Undersecretary for Political Affairs. I'm just showing her face on the screen. I'm sure everybody's familiar with her, but nevertheless. And
the wicked witch of Washington. Yeah, she's flying around in her broomstick, going somewhere or other, and she's all kinds of nasty. But like,
Yeah.
look, you got to understand all of these relationships. Oh, and I haven't even started talking about the other stuff. See, Kolomoisky, he is a Ukrainian, Israeli, Cypriot oligarch. He got his money by all kinds of shady ways, including using organized crime and muscle to beat the shit out of anybody who objected to what he was doing. I mean, simple as that, okay? And see, he's the guy, that guy, Ihor Kolomoisky, he's the guy who set up the Azov battalion. Now, these guys, Azov and the other, there are a bunch of different groups, right? But let's just call them Azov to make it short. But there's this S-14, there's Right Sector, and Right Sector is actually kind of important right now because the leader of them is pretty much running the war, all kinds of people. Anyway, the point is that, see, all of these people, they were football hooligans. I'm not kidding. I wish I were. They were football hooligans, right? And some of them from here in Kharkov and the Medalist Club, right? And the Medalist is the local team. And these football hooligans were organized by Kolomoisky or his security people or whomever, and he paid them off and organized them into these neo-Nazi battalions. And of course, if you're thinking, wait, if he's Ukrainian, Israeli, Cypriot, does that mean he's Jewish? And yeah, he is Jewish, and he's the one who set up these neo-Nazi goons. You know?
Right, but they keep telling us there's no Nazis in Ukraine because Zelensky's Jewish, and that's supposed to invalidate the entire claim, apparently.
Look, see, there are a lot of liberals. Now, you have to keep in mind, I am a conservative. I'm a political conservative. I'm a man on the right, okay? But see, there's a difference between like a man on the right and a Nazi. There's a difference between a man on the left and a, crazy Stalinist communist, right? I mean, there are differences. There are nuances. Life is all about nuance, quite frankly. These guys, they are not about nuance, man. They tell you right to your face that they are neo-Nazis. They have tattoos on their shoulder or their chest, and they're happy to show them to you. They're not going to hide them.
Right.
This isn't like some loser from Brooklyn, right? Some little Brooklynite cafe latte sipping loser who says that J.K. Rowling is a Nazi fascist because she's uncomfortable with the whole transgender movement. No. These are actual Nazis, not J.K. Rowling Nazi, okay? Actual, okay? And they're like American History X. They're almost like cartoonish in their exaggerated profile. And they'll go right up to your face and say, yes, we are Nazis, and we think that it's great, and you should be one too, and you should get a big swastika tattoo on your chest just like us, and it'll be great.
Oh,
and
man.
We'll go out there and bust skulls and cause all kinds of mayhem. It's like that. Now, here's a key issue. You got to understand what's going on. See, these guys in 2012, really, they started getting organized in 2013 and 14. They were the muscle in the Maidan revolution, which was not a revolution. It was a coup d'etat. It was a so-called color revolution, which is basically what it is. For those of you who don't know, it is a coup d'etat that masquerades as a popular revolution. What happens is that, see, there. It doesn't matter what. Food goes up, the price of gasoline, whatever. Did I freeze up, or am I still going?
You froze up for a second, and I was going to make a joke that the SBU are jamming the stream or something.
No. It's because of the video. The video eats up bandwidth. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that you see I lost my train of thought. Oh, in 2013, the color revolutions, okay, as they are traditionally applied, what happens is that they use an actual event that's going on that causes popular discontent, and they're the steroids of that popular discontent, and they turn up the volume, and they use the popular discontent over the specific issue, which might be perfectly legitimate, by the way, but they amp up the tension and the violence. Yeah. And they use that violence to overthrow the regime that's in power. And so the regime in power doesn't have a chance to deal with the protesters, negotiate things, calm things down, potentially fix the problem that they're having, because
Right.
these are legitimate problems. And you have to understand, in most leaders, in most countries, uh, they want to solve the problems of the people, if only to make life easier for themselves. Okay, I mean, they're not just, let them eat cake. That's a caricature. Most leaders, most people who are in leadership positions are very smart customers, and they understand that if there's popular discontent, the smart thing, if only to make your life easier, is to solve it. And the way you start to solve such a problem, whatsoever that problem may be, is first to talk and negotiate and calm things down. But these color revolutions, that's the antithesis. They want to amp up the violence, amp up the rhetoric, amp up
Yeah.
the hysteria and anger and fury, and get more people and get to a point of explosion, like a nuclear bomb, get it to a fissile moment where the whole thing just goes boom,
Yep.
right? And so that's what they did in 2014. And the detonants were these neo-Nazi thugs. Now, after the successful coup d'etat, because it was a successful coup d'etat, the government of Ukraine, of Poroshenko, decided, and of course pressured very much by these neo-Nazi thugs who were the ones responsible for the coup d'etat. They, on the one hand, created dedicated military battalions that were of these neo-Nazi groups, like the Azov battalion, like the Aidan battalion. That's actually more the size of brigades than battalions. I mean, bigger. They're pretty big. And on the one hand, and on the other hand, what they did was they took a lot of these neo-Nazi thugs and spread them out throughout the security services and the armed forces. And so what's that called? That's called stiffening in military lingo. What it is that, see, suppose you have a division, say, that is not very good. They're not disciplined. The soldiers are lacking in discipline and skills and what have you. Well, then you take a small group of men, like a brigade size or something, and that are very disciplined soldiers, very good soldiers, and you spread them around. And what happens is that these very disciplined soldiers, by example, make the other not so capable soldiers, they sort of like start to rise up. Okay, it's human nature that you want to copy the more dominant behavior. And that, of course, this is a typical military doctrine called stiffening. And this is a lot of the cases, like, for instance, in these wars that the United States got involved in, whereby they would have, quote unquote, advisors. Well, these advisors, their job is not to advise and give PowerPoint presentations, but rather to join the armed force and act as the stiffening agent that would make the soldiers better soldiers, more disciplined, better at their task of soldiering. You see, that's the point of an advisor, a military advisor. Now, ideologically, something very similar happened here, because these soldiers, these agents provocateurs, excuse me, these right-wing, not right-wing, they're fascist nutcases, were spread out throughout the armed forces of Ukraine. There are estimates that they were from 1 in 20 soldiers to 1 in 10. Now, what happened is that they spread their ideology around pretty drastically over the past 8 years. They've been pretty effective because they are ideologically minded. And most people are not ideologically minded. Most people just go with the flow. And so when you have, in a military situation, an armed force, highly ideological individuals who actively spread their ideology among people that they are working with and living with 24/7, because that's how it is in the armed forces, right?
Right.
Well, a lot of those soldiers are going to become ideologically radicalized. Now, on the flip side, what you have is the NATO. Ukraine is not part of NATO, but NATO was training the Ukrainian armed forces ever since 2014. It's 8 years. What happened was that they were training them at the rate of, if memory serves, it was 4 battalions a year. Okay, they pretty much trained the entire Ukrainian armed force. And the NATO training involves the concept of interoperability, because NATO is an alliance of multiple countries, right? And so what you want to have is you want to have, say, a brigade from Italy. You want to be able to just pull it out, move it over, and plug it into a German division. and it works properly. That command and control, weapon systems, communications, all that stuff is all on the same par, like one army. That's called interoperability. And so the Ukrainian soldiers were trained to be essentially NATO soldiers, okay?
Right.
Their heavy tanks and heavy weapons were Soviet era and Ukraine built, sure, but in terms of strategy, in terms of combat tactics, in every sense of the word, they were NATO soldiers.
Yep.
And they were actually better than the best NATO soldiers, including American NATO soldiers, for a very simple reason. The Ukrainians were seeing active and constant combat on the contact line with the Donbass, okay, which is the southeast area, which is just the point of contention. You see, the war that started in 2012, 13, it never ended. It's been this slow grind in the Donbass area. That's why 16,000 people have died over the last 8 years, 500 people a year, because, 2,000 people a year. Jesus Christ, my math is going out the window. But, 2,000 people a year in this slow, relentless grind, okay? And so these soldiers that are NATO trained, highly ideological, neo-Nazi, no question. Again, I have to insist, it sounds insane in this day and age, but this is how it is. NATO trained neo-Nazi ideology and with extensive combat training. Because what happened was that the Ukrainian army was rotating its soldiers through the Donbass area so that
we've lost Gonzalo for a second.
What?
Oh, you're back. We lost you for a second. You froze up.
How much did it? Where did I cut off?
Well, you said that they were rotating them.
Okay, right, they were rotating them at the front line, and so all of the units of the Ukrainian armed force have had combat experience. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Hello? Yeah. And so what happens is, as a practical matter, the Ukrainian units are the best trained NATO units, and they are better trained and have more experience. They are better soldiers than the American soldiers or the British or the French or the German or anybody in NATO. They're the best. They are top line because they have actual combat experience and relentless combat experience. So they know what works. They've learned through bitter experience what combat tactics, everything. They are the best soldiers that NATO's got, and they're losing. And there's no other way to put it, okay? And they're losing pretty badly.
Well, Gonzalo, I want to say a few things over here because
sure, sorry, I've been ranting. Sorry about that.
No. It's very, very good and very informative, and you nailed it, if I may say so, in summarizing each point. The thing with the color revolution, how you said that they create this atmosphere where everything comes to a climax and it just explodes, and there are legitimate problems. This reminded me of what happened in Syria, right? Because the sort of Arab Spring you saw in Tunisia and Egypt, that was like actual mass mobilization. The thing you saw in Syria and Libya, that was much more orchestrated. And again, there are legitimate problems in the country, but when you have Al Qaeda running around, ISIS running around, and they're using weapons funneled to them by the CIA, that's not a civil war or shall we say a grassroots uprising. So I just wanted to say that there's a parallel there, and of course it's the same actors behind it. And when you just going back to NATO, it's very important that you mention this stuff because people are under the impression that, well, Ukraine never joined NATO, so this idea that Russia has a security concern is rubbish, and it isn't rubbish because, as you just said, they're not only trained for interoperability, but they're also battle hardened. They have the experience, and now they have all of this weaponry gushing in. Just yesterday morning, Biden approved $800 million. So now Ukraine has received just as much, if not more, weapons than Israel, which is the top cumulative recipient of military aid since World War II from the U.S. So now $3.4 billion from the U.S., 1.5 billion euros from the EU in weaponry. This idea that they're not part of NATO is frankly ridiculous. And what do you think? Why do you say they're losing, despite the fact that they're so well trained?
Okay. The reason that the Ukrainian, how can I put this? You got to keep in mind something. See, I'm an old fart with a slight pot belly and a double chin, and I'm completely out of shape. Okay. Now, if I get into a boxing ring with Conor McGregor, he's going to beat the shit out of me. Okay. Do I want him to beat the shit out of me? No, I want to win, of course. I mean, like,
Right.
I mean, I'm me, and I don't want me to suffer. I want me to win, of course. Okay, but if I'm looking at it realistically, Conor McGregor's going to win, man. Come on, what the hell are you talking about? He's got more experience. He's got more everything going for him, right? I might be taller than him, and I might be heavier than him. But my heaviness is all fat, and my height advantage and reach advantage is going to be nothing compared to the incredible experience that he brings. And so, as a realistic assessment, see, I'm not denigrating myself, and I'm certainly not saying that I'm less of a man than Conor McGregor. He's a human being, as I am, and I think that we're both equal as human beings. But in this particular issue of like the both of us getting into the ring, he's going to win. And that's a realistic assessment from me, his potential opponent. Okay. I'm saying this as a prelude to what I'm saying here is that, see, the Russians have more men. They have much better technology, much more sophisticated technology than the Ukrainians possess. They are also, frankly, they are better led on a military level and certainly on a political level. And so they have a very clear idea what they're doing. They have a very clear of how to do it. They have the men and the equipment to do it. And so it was sort of like inevitable that they were going to win. And the fact is, on the first day, they took out all of the important things. They broke the communication lines of communication between Kiev and all of the outlying units. Military communication has been a patchy thing for the Ukrainians. And a lot of times that's why you see some random stunt like that missile that destroyed essentially the Moskva, and that very daring raid, and I would say heroic raid on the oil tanker on the oil facility in Belgorod by those Ukrainian helicopters. I mean, I've spoken to some helicopter pilots before that incident, of course, and they told me that night flying and low-level night flying is the scariest thing imaginable because you don't see anything until it hits you right in the face. So all kinds of balls it took to do that stuff, right? But those are random, uncoordinated attacks. They're not. There isn't an overall defensive strategy on the part of the Ukrainians, let alone an offensive strategy, because the ability to carry that out, that kind of overarching defense and eventual offense, was destroyed by the Russians on the very first day, along with destroying their navy, which would have been peripheral in this particular fight, but also their air force. See, the Russians really came in and knocked out the key supports of the Ukrainian armed forces at the very beginning. And at the very beginning, on the day of the invasion, I happened to fly in on the day before, on February 23rd. I still have I just discovered earlier today the ticket stub, my flight ticket stub from the flight. I arrived on February 23rd, and on February 24th, I was walking around the center of Kiev in Krashatik Avenue, which is like the big, central avenue there. And, no Russians. And they were saying that, like 30,000 Russians had come in. And I was thinking, and I don't have any military experience. I've never been in the army or anything. I was thinking 30,000 soldiers for a city this size, because Kiev is huge. It's, like Boston or something. It's one of these big spread out cities. Okay. And since land is cheap, there aren't that many towers. It's spread out. Right. And so, I was thinking that's way too few men to capture a city and let alone control it. And so it was pretty obvious, I mean, to me at least, and I didn't have any experience, that they had no intention of capturing Kiev.
Mm-hmm.
And later on, talking to people who are very knowledgeable about the military, who served themselves, They said, look, no, it's a very standard battlefield tactic of pinning down enemy armed forces. You attack with a relatively small force of like, say, 20, 30,000, and you pin down a force multiple sizes of that, 2, 3, 4 times as big, because they're there, they see you coming, and so they're scared, or not scared, but they assume a defensive position, and so they don't move.
Right.
And so that's what the Russians did in Kiev. There was no battle for Kiev because Kiev was never in play. The whole point of it was a feint to pin down a large piece of the Ukrainian armed force, while the southern front was another approach. And you have to think of it in a flexible way, because what was going on, there was multiple lines of attack, going into Kiev, going out of Crimea into Mariupol, going out of Kiev into Kherson, another line, of the Donetsk People's Republic and the Lugansk People's Republic Army, attacking forward and sort of like holding on to the Ukrainian armed forces in the east, and that proved to be very important, because that was the main battle group on the east of the country. Well, on your hand, it would be like, I guess, over here, yeah. But anyway, you get my point. The point is that, see, the Russians attacked from multiple axes, actually 6 axes, and they kept them all open, sort of like figuring out, well, which would be the best approach. And, they adapted and moved around and shifted. And finally, the big battle, which is happening right now, it's been going on for a couple of weeks now.
Right, Mariupol.
No, Mariupol is that's old news. That's been old news for at least 3 weeks. See, because there comes a moment when an army is attacking a city or a position or whatever, when it's over. Okay, it's just a matter. It just becomes, it's like when in the movie, right? They reveal the murderer. The movie's over. But then there's going to be a coda, and there's going to be like some extra stuff, and the hero and the heroine are going to kiss and make up, and the little tying up the loose ends kind of thing, right? But the movie's over. It's just the denouement, right? See, the movie, the Mariupol, and here's another key issue.
Well, on the mainstream press, on the front page, the last days, in their paradigm, in their view, it's Mariupol. But if we look at the map, it is over. I mean, I think
it's been over for 3 weeks. Okay.
Right.
See, you got to understand. There's another thing too that people don't understand about this war. See, the Russians didn't go in there thinking we're going to conquer territory. The Russians had a very clear objective: demilitarize and denazify. Right? Now you think that's lip service. No, that's what they were doing. And when they say demilitarize, what does that mean? It means neutralizing the military ability of Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And what does that mean? Well, it means that you're going to either destroy the Ukrainian armed force or get them to surrender. Okay, that's the goal of when you say demilitarize. Okay, yeah. And so they're not interested in capturing cities. They're not interested in capturing territory.
Right.
They're interested in demilitarizing, which is destroying the military capability of Ukraine. And of course, this is a tragedy because the military capability of Ukraine is 250,000 men. And these are young men, the flower of the nation. And their destruction, their defeat is going to cause inconsolable misery to all of these families.
Yep.
And even the survivors are going to carry scars with them that will haunt them the rest of their lives. And they will always feel this terrible weight of being, part of an army that lost, a losing army. It's a brutal psychological defeat for any man. And forget about the death, okay? And death of young boys who are like 20 years old, who've got their entire lives ahead of them, okay? And the thing is, see, the Russians, they came in soft. And people don't want to admit it, and they want to say all kinds of stuff, but it's true. The Russians came in soft. They didn't come in heavy.
Compare it to Iraq. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, look at how the Americans fight a war. The Americans, roll up with their planes. They destroy everything. Every piece of civilian infrastructure.
Right.
They turned the whole city into rubble. tens of thousands of people die, hundreds, if not millions of people displaced, and then they roll in with their tanks and they act like conquering heroes, like, oh, look, we conquered this country. No, it's a mopping up operation after you destroyed it.
Yep.
See, the Russians had no intention of doing that. On the very first morning of the invasion, of the Russian invasion, I'm walking downtown Kiev. There's no explosions going on. There's nothing getting blown up. Okay, I was there. Don't tell me otherwise. Okay, there was no battle for Kiev. That's bullshit. Okay, because the Russians, they were tiptoeing into the country and they were pushing for negotiations because they wanted a negotiated settlement. And what finally ended any possibility of a negotiated settlement was the Turkish meetings with the Zelensky regime in Russia. They met in Turkey. The Turks trying to be the mediators. Did I blank out?
No, you're still here.
Okay. They met up in Turkey and they tried to negotiate, and the Ukrainians finally said, okay, well, maybe we won't join NATO, right? And the Russians figure, well, we're making some progress, right? And then 2 weeks later, or not even a week later, the Ukrainians said they walked back everything that they'd agreed to. And all of a sudden the Russians are like, why are we negotiating with these guys? These guys are never going to negotiate. So we're just going to destroy everything. And that's what they're doing. They are destroying everything in the military. Okay, you got to keep that in mind. And the reason the city of Mariupol was destroyed is because, and this is the truth, the Azov battalion, which was headquartered in Mariupol, which hated ethnic Russians, because it's the whole battalion, or brigade really, was a bunch of neo-Nazis who hated Russians as an ethnic group. And Mariupol is, of course, ethnically Russian, and they speak Russian. They were stationed there, and they used the population, civilian population, as human shields. They put their heavy weaponry between the apartment towers and complexes. They used hospitals as staging grounds. They used people.
Yeah, that's what we've been hearing, and not just in Mariupol, by the way. Yeah.
Okay, and I can tell you about Mariupol from personal experience. I know a young woman from Mariupol. I met her last year, and she has family, her parents and aunts and uncles and whatnot, in Mariupol. Okay, she actually grew up in Mariupol but left for university and so forth. Anyway, the point is that, see, she was telling me that her parents were reporting that Azov battalion was shooting at civilians and intimidating them into not getting out of the basement where they were taking shelter. That's somebody I know personally, okay? I know her first name, last name, and I know that she's not lying to me, okay? And that's the truth. And her story is being repeated in countless other accounts. And people are saying, oh, that's Russian propaganda. I have no doubt that the Russian propaganda organs are using these stories, but it doesn't make them false. See? I mean, Joseph Goebbels could say that the sky is blue. Yeah, well, he's a propagandist, but does that mean the sky is green? That he's lying? Come on.
Right.
I mean, just because a propaganda outlet is using something that's factually true does not mean that that becomes a lie somehow.
Yeah, I mean,
excuse me, I got something on my.
Don't worry. They talk about propaganda, but I mean, you just mentioned how Zelensky banned opposition. He basically consolidated the media into one, state media thing. And I'm sure you've been seeing what's going on in Europe. They've banned everything that has a hint of Russian.
Yeah.
It's scary.
Racist. Yeah. It's racist, by the way. It's completely racist. It goes against every value of the Western democracies, because the Western democracies have stated unequivocally that there's no such thing as collective guilt. See, you are from whatever race, whatever religion, whatever creed, and you are responsible as an individual, not you as a member of your people or religion or creed or what have you. Right. But here we are applying collective guilt over the political decisions of people in the Kremlin. You agree with them or not, that's irrelevant. The point is that, see, these Russian citizens, they didn't make these decisions. Like this tennis player, Medvedev.
Right. They've banned Russian players now from Wimbledon, and yeah.
Yeah. Look, I know for a fact that he did not decide to go to war with Ukraine. I know it for a fact. And I know for a fact that he has never shot at a Ukrainian. Okay. You know, my psychic powers are that awesome. And also because, of course, he's a goddamn tennis player, for crying out loud. He had no, involvement in the political decision or the military actions. And yet he's paying the price just because he happens to be Russian. What the hell is going on? You know, when I heard that some Italian university was proposing to ban Dostoevsky because he's Russian, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, man? I mean, come on. But it's hysteria, and it's from my point of view, it's another example of the end of empire.
Yeah.
Excuse me, just a minute. I'm going to get something in.
Sure. I'm just gonna remind the viewers how many people we got watching now. I think about 4,300 people. Make sure you guys have hit the like button.
Cheers.
Again, we're discussing touchy political subjects that the algorithm doesn't like, so it really helps to hit the like button or just comment, interact with the video in some way. And like I said, we've got Gonzalo Lira with us. He's residing in Ukraine, in Kharkiv, and he went missing for basically a week now, right? So April 15th. And
last week, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a week now. And he got picked up by the Ukrainian Security Services, the SBU. He can't talk about it because he's been forced to sign something until the investigation is...
Yeah, because the law in Ukraine is very clear that during an active investigation, you cannot discuss the proceedings of it until it's concluded and a sentence has been handed down. And since I'm in Ukraine, I'm going to abide by Ukrainian law and by the Ukrainian authority, legitimate authority that has told me this. So that's where I am.
Gonzalo, I want to ask you something. Your accounts, your laptop, your phone, your YouTube channel, do you have access to these?
No.
Why don't you have access anymore? Were they taken from you?
Yeah, but beyond that, and the passwords were all changed.
So you were forced to give the passwords?
No, they figured out how to break into my phone.
Okay.
I don't even. I thought that you were. I had an iPhone, and I thought the whole point of iPhone was that it was unbreakable.
Well, can I ask what model you have? I'm just curious.
What?
Can I ask what model it is? I'm just curious if it's one of the later things or XR. Okay. Well, I'm sure they've given them Pegasus or some other tools from the Americans.
I'm sure that more sophisticated law enforcement, intelligence services have all kinds of equipment, and they don't have to bother with the user. And I know for a fact that they'd broken it in because I was able to examine it briefly. Well, I don't want to get into it.
Okay. Okay, but just to be clear, everything that's been posted from those accounts, that's not you, starting from April 15th.
Yeah, and none of the, if I actually haven't examined them carefully, okay? I looked at them, I glanced at them, and they seem not to have anything extra, okay? I don't know if anything has been deleted, okay? Like on my Telegram channel, I posted thousands of stuff on my Telegram channel. So I have no idea if anything got deleted. I wouldn't be able to keep track of it. And nothing seems to have appeared, but if anything does, just know that I haven't posted it until further notice. At this time, I only have one online outlet, which is my Twitter account. It's Gonzalo Lira 1968, all one word. And Richard, I'd appreciate it if you posted in the description or something so that people know where to reach me at this time.
Right, I'm pulling it up on the screen right now. So this is the new account, right? As you said, at Gonzalo Lira 1968. This is the new Twitter. So
there's actually a couple of guys who were faking being me. One was actually pretty accurate. He actually sounded kind of like me.
Really?
But he had lousy spelling. Yeah, I'm kind of like a Nazi about the spelling.
Right.
So yeah, that's how people were like, yeah, it sounds like him, but the spelling, man. And yeah, there was like safe and save that you had mixed up and some other stuff. And yeah.
Can I ask you something? There are a bunch of people. I'm assuming these are Azov Battalion who claim that they had you. I'm sure you've seen these tweets by now, but look at this. They were posting on Twitter saying if anyone knows where Gonzalo Lira is.
I don't want to see that. Can you turn it off, please?
You can't get into that. The thing is,
I don't really want to talk about people who are like, hoping for my death, and laughing about it. I think that's wonderful. I mean, how would you feel about it?
it's disgusting. Yeah, it's really disgusting because you had again, I'm sure you've seen the other things. They were basically saying that they have you, and I think Scott Ritter, who is a former Marine in UN, he was basically. He said, "I'm not sure if this is accurate," but he basically assumed that.
Well, whatever anybody says, sometimes they make mistakes, and sometimes they jump the gun when they should be a little bit more cautious of repeating what they might have heard, or of phrasing things. They should be a little bit more careful, and that's all I have to say about that particular situation.
Okay, yeah.
But look, in this kind of thing, a lot of people, when they get on the bandwagon, try to take advantage for their own, scurious little reasons. I could care less. It didn't affect me one way or the other. Okay, now some of it does. I think it's kind of like, some of the people, dude. I have to insist on something. There were tens of thousands of people who sent such wonderful and kind wishes. I could never repay them. Okay. And I felt truly moved. It was truly something that, reviewing it and spending the day seeing it, message after message, wishing me the best, and so many people praying for my well-being and just so worried. And it's deeply humbling. It truly is. And it affected me profoundly, but on the flip side, there's always going to be that 5-10% of assholes who say all kinds of nasty stuff. And you got to take the bitter with the better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you don't go on it. That's my thing. And like a lot of online influencers, I mean, you're an old hand at this, so you know what I'm talking about. Everybody gets shit thrown at them. And the trick is that you mentally have to just disconnect and realize that these people who are throwing all this shit and saying such evil things, it's not you or me, it's themselves. They have a hatred within themselves, in their hearts, hatreds that are, born of years of resentment, and whether justified or not. Sometimes these poor individuals have suffered grotesque injustices, and sometimes they're just born bad, to put it quite bluntly. But regardless of the core reason of the whatever lit that fuse, right? The hatred that they spew at you is really a hatred that they feel for themselves.
Yep.
And it's not your problem. When you see that kind of hatred, I mean, there was actually some live streamer that did a whole live stream celebrating my possible death.
It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. And I was talking about this yesterday.
It's sad. What it is that, Richard, that is just the expression of the self-hatred of such individuals. Okay. I mean, like, you and I are talking, right? If I hear that some guy that I really just don't like, he suffers some horrible fate, I'm not going to celebrate it.
Exactly.
I'll feel sorry about it, because the death of a human being is a tragic thing. And I know that you would feel the exact same way and act the same way. And frankly, if I were to hear that somebody that I really hated, like my worst enemy in the world, something tragic happened to them, I'd be like, oh, this awful thing happened to the guy. I don't care for the guy, but this happened to him, poor bastard.
Yep.
And move on. And that would be that. It wouldn't even, I mean, it would never dominate my attention beyond, the 2 minutes it takes to say what I just said, right?
Yeah.
But to spend, a couple of hours, that is just a deep-seated hatred for yourself.
It's really telling. It's really telling. I was when I was speaking about you yesterday, I was just raising the example about how disgusting all this is. At the beginning of the Ukraine war, you had a couple of journalists, a cameraman who used to work with Fox, CNN, with everybody. He got killed, unfortunately. You had another journalist, I think, from the New York Times. And again, we hate mainstream media. We don't like CNN. We don't like all of the
you
propaganda.
Hate mainstream media? They're my best friends. We hang out all the time. We have picnics. What the hell's the matter with you, Richard?
my point is that we hate the propaganda, but we're still upset at seeing people being killed, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and gloat about something like that. And I think it's so funny that you have people calling themselves liberals and the people who support so-called democracy, and they see another journalist being kidnapped or killed or worse, and they celebrate that's so telling of what authoritarians they are, and the deep-seated hatred that you just talked about. It's really disgusting. And I'm sorry, I didn't want to upset you by showing this. My question actually was if it was true, if it was really these people, because aside from the gloating, we were just worried that
any of those people.
Okay, that's the only thing. Okay, because people were worried that is it really the SBU? Is it someone else? But I know you can't talk about it. I just wanted to ask, so because people have a lot of questions. There's literally thousands of people spamming the comments right now. The most important thing is you're okay. I think everybody is really happy to see you again. You had us worried for a moment, and figuratively.
I was worried too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some people that you posted about on Twitter. You said that, like, you listed a few names, and you said that they're also. If I can just pull this up, this is from your old Twitter account. Could you tell us a bit more about these people and who they are Sure.
Well, see, what I wanted to highlight was that these are people that the Zelensky regime has dealt with. If you could put the list on again, because I offhand I can't
Sure.
recall the names. Look at them. Now, the first one was the name of the mayor of a small town in Lugansk province. Kremina, I believe, is a town of about 18,000 people. Not a particularly large town in Ukraine, if quite frankly, a rather small one. And Vladimir Struk was assassinated. He was kidnapped on the 1st of March, and he was found 2-3 days later, I believe, shot through the heart and dumped in the middle of his own town.
Oh man!
Because he was considered pro-Russian. Okay. Now, Denis Kiriev was a member of parliament in the Ukrainian parliament, of course, and he was also one of the members of the negotiation team. Now, remember, when you send a negotiation team, who do you send? You send the people that you trust the most, the people that are the most capable,
right?
Because you want to get a good deal, right? In whatever negotiation you get involved in, right? So Denis Kiriev was somebody who was supposed to be trustworthy. And yet, after the second meeting of the negotiation, he was arrested. And in the process of his being arrested, he was killed. It's unclear if this was a deliberate assassination or if his security people resisted, or the whole situation is unclear. But what is clear is that Denis Kiriev, who appeared in pictures of the first couple of negotiation meetings with the Russians that took place in Belarus, well, Mr. Kiriev was killed, and in very bizarre circumstances. Now, Mikhail and Alexander Kononovich are. The first two gentlemen are dead. Mikhail and Alexander Kononovich they were active in the communist youth, young kids in their early 20s, and they were kidnapped, and nobody knows where they are right now. And their crime is that they were communist and insufficiently pro-Ukrainian, I suppose. Nestor Shufrik, now that's a scary story. He was another member of parliament, also considered pro-Russian, because he said that he wanted, and these were his words, he said that we should bring the boys back home, meaning, bringing all the soldiers back home, which is a perfectly somewhat sentimental statement. It's nothing that, you get upset about, you at most you dismiss it, as being impractical and a little bit woolly. Right. But other than that, nothing to it. Well, he was kidnapped by thugs, and these thugs, they actually took selfies of themselves holding a knife to his throat. I'm not kidding. Look it up.
Oh, man.
Google his name, Nestor Shufrik. And he was kidnapped by these thugs, and then he was trussed up like a turkey and blindfolded and left on the street for the SBU to collect as if he were a package. And then there's another video of Nestor Shufrik being verbally abused and manhandled by an SBU officer. What happened to him after that, nobody knows. And that was a sitting member of parliament. Okay, think of it. Think of like if somebody did that to your favorite member of Congress or your favorite MP or this is serious stuff here.
Yep.
The stories are similar. Yan Taksiur, Dmitry Jangirov, they were journalists. Elena Berezhnaya is a human rights advocate. and they all have similar stories. Look them up. Don't take my word for anything, okay? Because I'm sort of stupid and I make a lot of mistakes. And so it's, there's Google. So just copy paste and go to Google and you'll see all this stuff that I'm telling you, okay? I mean, you don't have to believe me, okay? That's the point I want to say. You should never believe anybody. You should use the old Reagan adage: trust but verify. Okay. If I say something, if I say something and you say, "Wow, that sounds goddamn outrageous," I'm going to look it up. Take the 2 minutes, because what'll happen is this: see, either I'm right and I'm telling you the truth, or I'm lying to you and telling you some bullshit, right? And so what'll happen? Either way, you benefit. Because if what I'm saying is true, then you're going to get a clearer picture of reality by the confirmation that you pursue by way of Google. And if I'm bullshitting and lying, you'll be able to say, no, Gonzalo Lira is just bullshitting and lying. It's not this way, it's that way. Okay. Either way, you benefit. Okay. And that's all you have to do. It takes 5 minutes. Okay. And don't take my word for anything. And the stuff I was telling you guys about Victoria Nuland and Ihor Kolomoisky and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Where Ihor Kolomoisky is this godfather figure who controls Zelensky and Hunter Biden. And of course, Hunter Biden, he goes to Ukraine all the time, right? You think that they didn't give him coke and hookers and they didn't film the shit out of those coke and hooker sessions? Yeah. Goddamn right. Yeah, they did, right? And they have got that the Russian word kompromat.
Exactly.
Compromising information. And you don't think that they have that on Hunter Biden? And by the way, since Kolomoisky and Victoria Nuland are buddies, don't you think that Kolomoisky would have passed some of that kompromat to Victoria Nuland so that she can get her way insofar as the Biden administration is concerned?
Certainly possible. I mean, it's not beyond the pale.
Yeah. But let me rephrase that. It's the reasonable inference, okay? I mean, look, you, Richard, and me, right? You and I are working together, and I've got this John Smith fellow who's causing me all kinds of problems. And you, Richard, you tap me on the shoulder and say, "Hey, Gonzalo, guess what? I got pictures of John Smith's kid snorting coke and doing hookers or doing underage children or God knows what. I'll give you this, and I'll scratch your back and you scratch mine, and you'll be able to screw over this guy." I'll be like, "Sure, no problem, of course." I mean, with nefarious people like this, people of low morals or no morals, quite frankly, of course they're going to do awful things like this.
In Washington, D.C. and Whitehall, it's really not that far fetched. The thing is,
come on, to go over to something that intimately, the whole Julian Assange issue. Julian Assange, he's being tried in the United States, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's being tried in the United States on espionage charges. And yet Julian Assange, as far as I know, is an Australian citizen.
He is.
Who has never lived in the United States. And I don't think he's stepped in the United States in decades, probably.
He went there once on holiday. He never worked or lived there.
Yeah. And number two, I'm pretty sure that he didn't steal this information. So he wasn't a spy. He got this information like a legitimate journalist and published it. But he didn't spy to get it, and he's not an American citizen, so he's not committing treason, and the crime was committed by other people, if you want to consider it a crime. And so why is he being tried on the Espionage Act? Riddle me this, Batman. I mean, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
Right? It's just low people using brute force power. Now, I would suggest, this is going to be controversial, but I would suggest to your listeners to read the 2007 speech that Putin gave at Munich, okay? Whatever you think of Putin, that he's like, Hitler version 2.0 or a saint, it doesn't matter. That speech is actually one of the most important speeches in the last 30, 40 years, because it lays out the fact that the future is multipolar, and this kind of unipolar brute force approach cannot endure. And whatever you think of Putin, whatever you think of this war that he started, but it's more nuanced than that because everything is more nuanced, right? But whatever you might think of him, the speech is really on the nose insofar as discussing the problems where when you have a unipolar world, rather, you have the propensity for hyperviolence. and a complete lack of nuance and understanding, and a complete inability to compromise and negotiate and reach solutions that benefit all. It in a unipolar world, everything becomes black, white,
Yeah.
us, them. And we good guys, them bad guys destroy guys. It's crazy crap like that.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened, and I think it's a disaster, and it's a tragedy, because in the West we are betraying everything that we believed in order to enforce this unipolar world that is so incredibly unjust and wrong. And Julian Assange is a part of it, because what's going on is that some people in Washington got pissed off that he made fools of them, and so because of it they want to punish him, even though in a legal sense and a moral sense he never did anything against the United States. He just published information. But it's all part of the same bullshit.
It is.
That's what I want to emphasize. See, you think that, Ukraine doesn't connect with Julian Assange. Julian Assange never set foot in Ukraine, as far as I know. But it does. It does connect. It's this bullshit, these lies, the betrayal of everything valuable of Western civilization.
Yeah.
Because you see, Western civilization is based on specific principles of human behavior, human rights, human dignity. But most important of all is a moral sense of that which is good and that which is evil, what is wrong. And what's happened is that our current leadership, they've literally gone beyond good and evil. For them, it's just expediency and maintaining and accruing more power, irrespective of the human cost to all the people that will be, run over in this relentless pursuit of power.
Well,
sorry for ranting.
That's how you get people. That's how you get people like Victoria Nuland, because she's a neoconservative, right? And I think they take this good evil thing to the it's balls to the wall, because they think that we meaning the West, we're inherently good and everything we do is good, no matter how corrupt it is, no matter how contradictory it is to
definition.
To the stated beliefs of human rights and democracy. And then again, when you have this unipolar world, it's just emboldening, and it's like let's crush, let's erase, let's decimate anybody who challenges us. And I totally see why you say the Assange case relates to Ukraine. It's really all part of the same framework. It truly is, and it's kind of weird watching journalists in this climate. They don't challenge power centers anymore. They don't challenge their own governments or corporations or intelligence agencies. They just cover for them, and instead they want to go after random private citizens or other journalists. It's really weird. And I don't need to tell you, publications like the Daily Beast, the New York Times, they're all in it together. It's quite pathetic at this point. We don't have a fourth pillar anymore.
And maybe some of your audience members don't know, so I'll just tell the story because it's funny. I got a hit piece done on me by the Daily Beast.
Yeah.
And they like smeared me. And the thing is, they smeared me relentlessly, but they didn't pin anything on me. They didn't say, he murdered his puppy or ran over an old lady or something. No, it was just random smearing, and it was so long. It was 10,000 words, right? And they never pinned me with anything that had actually that you could say, yes, this was morally reprehensible. No, it was just innuendo and bullshit and kinds of garbage.
Yeah,
right?
It's ridiculous. It really stems from this hatred. Like somebody dedicated all that time to write this.
Exactly. The sickness of a soul, because you read that. Because I'm a professional writer. I got my start in Hollywood, writing scripts, and then I got into writing novels for a while and just did other stuff. But the point is that, you get into writing enough and you start to realize that people's emotion, their soul, whether they want to or not, it starts to flower in what they're writing. And when you're in a better mood and when you're happy in general, it shows in the work that you do, okay? And what I'm basically saying in a complicated way is that your written work is a reflection of yourself, your mood, of your soul. Okay. I mean, there are some people, I myself, unfortunately, do not have the gift of belief. I personally believe that this is the only life that we have, but yet I do believe that there is like a soul, not in the immortal sense, but rather just like a spirit, a vibe that is unique to each person, because each person has just a unique frequency. And I know it sounds all kinds of hippie bullshit, but you see what I'm saying. But the point, the important point, and what I want to make is that, see, um, that vibe of who you are comes through your writing. It's reflected in it. And when it's dissonant, when it's sick, when what's inside your soul is just putrid, it is reflected in the writing.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember reading this Daily Beast hit piece on me. And since I'm a professional writer, I can easily read something completely objectively and look at it just as a piece of writing as opposed to something about me. And I thought to myself, this guy is not scoring any points on this target, but he's just revealing himself in this Joycean kind of epiphany way, paragraph after paragraph, just revealing the hatred for himself, the hatred for life in general. And it was just so sad. I mean, it was kind of funny because it was all this effort to, get me, but he failed, right? But more fundamentally, it was just a sadness. And I think that, I personally think that so much of our society, insofar as the debt slavery of so many students, the rigid educational system that forces intelligent people to become compliant in order to succeed, rather than encourage them to explore and potentially fail so that they will grow as people. I mean, our educational system and the way it's set up, the for-profit educational system, and do keep in mind, I'm a conservative. I am a political conservative. I'm not center right. No, I'm right wing. Yeah, fuck yeah. But I think that the educational system, which is usurious, has severely damaged our society because it forces people to go into enormous debt to pursue professions that they might not be suited for.
Yeah.
But the profit motive is superseded the educational motive to such an extent and to such a degree that the only people who are hurting are the products of this educational system. They end up with a mountain of debt, hatred in their hearts because they cannot pursue the things that they truly want because of this debt. They can't start a family. They can't buy a home of their own. They have to pursue occupations that they hate in order to pay their monthly nut of their educational loans. And on top of that, if they just pay the monthly minimum, the loan actually grows because of the interest, And so it's just horrible.
It's a vicious cycle.
It says here on my screen that my internet.
I can hear you fine.
And I think that it's usurious and it's despicable, and worst of all, it's killing the spirit of so many young people that it's no longer. When I graduated from college, was worth of debt was at that time, and this was 1995. 18 grand. And today, you graduate with $200,000 worth of debt, no problem. And it's a fucked up system. It has to be, and the only people who benefit are administrators and bankers.
Yep.
And I can tell you, by the way, I'm one of the evil capitalist pigs who has invested in student loans, because student loans are bundled and sold as bonds. They're incredibly, what? The government is backing those bonds because all those student loans are guaranteed. You can't discharge them, and they're 100% safe. And of course, they're giving you. So it's the perfect deal. So capitalist pigs like me make money off this shit. Okay, you got to understand that the system is incredibly pernicious, and it gives these terrible incentives, and the only people who benefit are the people with money or the administrators, and that's the tragedy of it.
That's true.
I don't know if I cut out, by the way.
You did cut out slightly, but I understood the essence of what you're saying. It's quite predatory, if we can say, that you model something like education.
Dude, it's fucking vampire squid to your face, dude.
Yeah.
It's like alien face hugger. Okay. Because also the other problem is, dude, see, everybody wants to go up in society. They want to earn a decent living and buy the material things that they've been convinced that will make them happy. Of course, when you actually get all that material shit, you realize it doesn't make you happy, but that's another story. The thing is that all these kids graduating from my school, they've been socialized into believing this bullshit. And so they want to get that accreditation because they realize they're not stupid. They realize that the degree isn't going to teach them shit. It's just an accreditation. And so they all want this accreditation, and they'll willingly pay whatever is necessary, sign whatever paper is put in front of them without thinking the long-term consequences of their decisions. And of course, their parents, because their parents are in the same boat, and of course, the parents want the best for the kids, and they also have been socialized. The parents have been socialized into thinking that a university education is the way to go. They go along with this bullshit. And well, I mean, here you have it. And the thing is, you can't convince the parents or the kids that this is a terrible decision that they're making. You can't convince them.
The thing is, in most countries, especially if education is free, it is the right choice. But when you have a system where, again, this the squid on your face, they're just trying to suck money out of you. And also the poverty draft, right? Basically, come to the military, get your limb blown off for a Purple Heart, and we'll pay for your college education. It's not really a good system, No,
it's a horrible system. Okay. But, look, the only thing that's going to change this system is a collapse of the system, because there are too many people who have too much skin in the game to let it fall apart. Okay, like take the administrators at the universities, right? They're making so much damn money with all their stupid programs and their stupid administrative bullshit going on. But they make so much goddamn money that, of course, they're not going to turn it off. Of course, they're not going to dial it back. They're going to keep on, and they're going to keep on doubling down. And so you're going to have this, university system where right now it's more administrators than professors or teachers. And the professors and teachers get paid shitloads less than the administrators, and the administrators, oh man, they have nice offices, they have nice salaries, everything is hunky-dory for them.
So the people who are actually doing the work, the teachers, they're getting screwed as well.
Yeah, exactly. And like, for instance, I went to an Ivy League school, and I was already seeing it back in the early 90s, and I've heard it's become much worse, where you have the very few tenured professors, but you have a lot of these visiting scholars and visiting professors and shit who do the grunt work of teaching, right? Mm-hmm. And what happens with the system? They pay these visiting or associate professors. They have different names for them in different places, but basically they're a professor who comes in for a couple of years, teaches a few courses, maybe 2 years or 4 years, and then gets the boot out. And they get paid very little. And so the department's budget is able to be shrunk because they're not funding tenured professors who are better academics, right? They're funding these, these low-level professors who hopscotch from university to university throughout their career, spending 2 to 4 years in each university, but never getting on the tenure track, and therefore never having any kind of job security. And so these academic journeymen, for lack of a better term, right, they do the grunt work for shit pay. And that's how they can shrink the budget of each department. And what happens when they shrink the budget of that department, that extra money, that extra layer of cash that's saved, it goes to administration. It goes to bullshit, I mean, it goes to all kinds of programs. I mean, like diversity programs and shit like that.
The thing is, right now,
how much more fucking diversity do you fucking need, man?
Well, Biden sent $800 million for the Ukrainians yesterday morning, and I think that speaks volumes about the priorities. Where it's basically like, screw Americans, and the EU saying the same thing about Europeans. Like, screw our own people. We're going to give this money to a bunch of Nazis so they can have javelins. It really speaks volumes about the priorities. Like, let's not invest in infrastructure
the
or
worst part? The worst
healthcare.
part about that? The worst part of that in terms of weapons and armaments and stuff like that. See, all that shit, the second it crosses the Polish-Ukrainian border and gets to Ukraine, the Russians are going to know exactly where it is, and they're going to wait until it gets to a great spot with a lot of other weapons, and then they're going to blow it sky high. They're going to just, send a Caliber missile or 2 or 3 or 5 or however many it takes, and just blow that thing sky high, no problem. And because they do that all the fucking time. I was reading today about some strike that they hit in Lviv like 2-3 days ago or something, and I saw the video, man. It was awesome, man. It's just really cool.
I don't think I've seen it, but
oh well, they blew up some weapons depot. The Ukrainian government said it was like I don't know, basketball courts or some shit like that. And no, it's like all kinds of weapons and crap, imported weapons from the West. See, the Russians own the skies of Ukraine, and there's something else too. You got to understand. The Russians have incredible human intelligence on the ground. They have a lot of people in Ukraine who are, it's not correct to call them loyal to Russia, but they are extremely sympathetic to the Russian side. Many of them are ethnic Russians. Some of them are not even ethnic Russians. Some of them are ethnic Ukrainians. And they disagree with their current regime because their current regime is fucking awful, right? And so anyway, they get a lot of human intelligence, okay? And a lot of people think that human intelligence comes, a military person and getting, hookers and cocaine and taking pictures. No, it's not like that at all. It's not blackmail. Okay, that's just the Hollywood version. Okay, the kind of bullshit that I used to peddle back in the day. No, the reality is it's basically discontented people who think that a particular cause that they happen to be fighting for is wrong cause, and they don't want to be fighting for it, but they've got bills to pay and mouths to feed and all the rest of it. And so they wind up giving up the ghost. And so anyway, the point, the Russians have great human intelligence. And so whatever is going on in Russia, in Ukraine rather, they know exactly what's going on. And so any thought that any weapons that get into Ukraine will actually make it to the front, it's just absurd. It's just not going to happen, man. And anyway, the war is going to be over before that.
I was just going to ask you, perhaps as a final question, how do you see the war developing? Because we've seen, Mariupol is basically done. There's just the metallurgical plant that's left. But again, there are other things. Yeah. So what do you think is going to happen? Again, it's speculation, but nevertheless.
Sure. I think that what's going to happen next is the Mariupol ended, like I said, 3 weeks ago. Okay, it's all over but the shouting. Okay, it's just when a military confrontation, there's no longer any doubt about the outcome. It really becomes a police action. Okay, where you have one force which is policing the area and trying to restore order by eliminating the threat of violence, the threat against that order. Okay, Mariupol ended about 2-3 weeks ago. It ended. Okay, and now this is just the cleaning up, and the cleaning up is going to last some more. Okay, because those guys who are down in the Azovstal, they're determined, and also there's something else going on. Somebody is down there, somebody important, somebody really important. I have my bets. I think it's a general called Roger Cloutier, an American general, but nobody knows what's going on down there. Okay, and yeah, you're going to say that this is tinfoil hat time. Maybe it is. This is speculative, what I'm saying, right? But the Ukrainian government sent 7 helicopters, and a bunch of them got shot down. There are different conflicting numbers as to how many were shot down. They also sent a ship to try to rescue people. Now, that kind of effort to remove just a handful of people, well, that handful of people, either they themselves are intrinsically important, or they have information that is extraordinarily important, or sensitive, or delicate, or embarrassing. Take your pick. And so I want to know what's down there. Okay, I mean, out of idle curiosity, quite frankly. But I'm just, something's down there. Okay, and I think that part of the reason that I heard how Putin and Defense Minister Shoigu gave this formal public debriefing where they decided, yes, they're not going to send Russian soldiers in to assault. They're just going to be patient and wait. And that was just for public consumption in Russia. But I think that they are doing that also because they want to see who's down there. I think they know who's down there, and they want to bring that person out. And that person is going to be a big chip in the game, okay? Because there's something going down there. I mean, I know it, how can I put it? You know when you get you know when you get a dog that gets a whiff of a rabbit, and he's like, oh, there's something there. Yeah, I'm like the exact same way. There's something there, man. I'm telling you, there's something there. So anyway, to go back to your serious question, so and very good question. Look, the way things are evolving is around Kramatorsk, around the Donbass area, around where the contact line is. See, all that area is, there are trenches, there's bunkers, there's all kinds of installations that the Ukrainians have built over the past 8 years, defensive fortifications, okay? Now, that area and those soldiers are being encircled by the Russian army. They're being encircled and they're being held down rather, by the DPR and LPR forces, and they are being encircled by the Russian forces. Now, it's typically called a cauldron because it's a typical classic Russian military strategy that they've been using since the Napoleonic Wars. Okay, it's like 200 years old by this point. And you know, don't fix it if it ain't broke. And the system is very simple. You attack and surround your enemy, right?
Like a pincer.
Yeah, it's a double pincer. And envelopment, call it what you will. But once you have it surrounded, you just turn up the heat and slowly grind it down, okay? And it's the American mode of war is these big breakout moves, but the Russians prefer nice, slow, predictable grinding down. So that's going to get ground down. And that's a tragedy because there are at least 60,000 men there. Frontline fighters, the best of the best that the Ukrainians have. And to see those poor men be annihilated, it's a tragedy. I'm not kidding. I'm not being ironic or sarcastic by any stretch of the imagination. I'm being dead honest here. It is a fucking tragedy. Those men, fine men, brave men, they're going to be annihilated because the political leadership of Zelensky being pushed by the neo-Nazis and by the Newland people and the Anthony Blinken people and the State Department in Washington, and also Boris Johnson, who recently came out that you cannot negotiate with the Russians and all this bullshit. Those poor soldiers are going to be annihilated for nothing. I mean, this is the tragedy. It's going to be for nothing, you know? I mean, look, when you have a battle, a fierce battle, where there's a possibility of one side decisively winning or the other side decisively winning, and there's a great loss of life, of course it's a tragedy, but at least it was for a good reason, okay? But here it's going to be for no reason because these poor men, brave as they are, and they are brave indisputably, they can't win because they don't have the ability to resupply, they do not have any fuel, they do not have the possibility of being relieved or reinforced. It's over.
Yep.
And these poor men are going to be, if they're lucky, they get smart and lay down their weapons, which is a bitter, bitter pill, no question. But it's infinitely better than death for no reason. That's the thing, you know? So anyway, you got this encirclement that's going on in eastern Ukraine, the famous cauldron. Actually, it's now a double cauldron at this point, but it doesn't matter. I mean, for purposes of just figuring out where this is going to go. The next step would be very obviously to grind that cauldron down. It could be 4 to 6 weeks. It could be quicker, because what happens a lot of times in these types of situations, when you look at military history, what happens a lot of times, you can have a very, very fierce defender, but all of a sudden they hit some tipping point, and nobody knows when the tipping point is until it hits. And just all of a sudden the morale of the entire army collapses, and the whole thing is like a sandcastle that just collapses, you know, all at once. And it's over. And everybody knows it. It's like and you read accounts of it in World War II, in the different armies, that they were fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting, and suddenly one side or the other realized we can't win, and it just collapses. You know, it's that sudden and abrupt. Okay. And when that happens, everybody's sort of like, oh, it's done. Oh? Well, it could be that this lasts, like I said before, 4 to 6 weeks, or it could be that all of a sudden this sudden morale collapse happens earlier and it's done. Let's hope for that, because it will reduce the loss of life, the needless loss of life. But assuming it doesn't, you're talking 4 to 6 weeks of this encirclement. And then the Russians are going to turn their attention to Nikolaev. And that will be fairly fast. And what I would guess is that they'll turn their attention to that and they'll really hit it hard at first. I mean, this is assuming that any kind of organized resistance still remains in Nikolaev, right? It could be that
Right.
the people who are at Nikolaev, they see the catastrophe of the Donbass encirclement and realize, we're done, okay? And so there are a lot of factors, but the order would be the encirclement, then turn west to Nikolaev, then probably turn east again to Kharkov, where I am, and just take it. And then very clearly, once that's done, rather than go to Kiev, it would be a mad dash to the west, because you have to keep in mind that, see, in the middle of the country, there's no soldiers. It's empty. It's just cows and wheat fields, okay? Because everything is either around Kiev, around Kharkov, around Nikolaev, or in the Donbass, okay? So once the Russians have this thing in hand, it could be just a mad dash and they get to Lviv and they capture Lviv, okay? And I think that they're never going to invade Odessa. Odessa is a historically very important city for the Russians. And for various psychological and historical reasons, they don't want to touch it. And so I think that what they're going to do is just encircle it and wait. And so it could be that there's a lot of waiting around before the end of the war, but actually not that much fighting. The brunt of the fighting is happening right now, okay? And the fact that, you see, the Russian policy of not really showing, war zone footage, okay? Like they have Patrick Lancaster, who's a great guy, a bald guy, right? But I suspect that he's being very careful.
Sorry, you cut out for a second, Gonzalo.
See a lot. Okay, that footage include that. Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
You're back now.
Well, I can't control it, so I don't know why I'm being sorry. Okay. No, but what I was saying was that where did I end up? Where did I get cut off?
Just about 30 seconds ago, you were saying that I think with Patrick, you started explaining about him being carefully. Oh
yeah, Patrick Lancaster, who's a ballsy guy. I mean, that guy has got balls. He's a real journalist. Okay, I mean, he's somebody to pay attention to. And if the world were straight, he. Am I still there? I went blank. Okay. So anyway, the point I wanted to make is that I think that the Ukrainians are carefully stage managing well, I know that they're carefully stage managing this war, and they're not letting any footage come out of the Donbass encirclement. So that means that things are really, really ugly over there, really ugly. And I just hope that this war ends quickly, because the sooner it ends, the less life will be lost for no reason. Because we, like I said before, if I get into the ring with Conor McGregor, who are you going to bet on? Me, or Conor? I mean, come on, how it's going to end. Yeah. Maybe I'll put up a really brave fight and make it last a little bit more than 20 seconds or whatever, but I'm going to lose. And there isn't a hell of a lot to be done about it. And it has nothing to do with bravery or decency or anything. It's just the reality of the situation. And we have to we have to put on the big boy pants and look at reality in the face. And the fact that our leadership refuses to do so and instead convinces us that some sort of victory can be won, it is going to kill Ukrainians for no reason. That is what I want to avoid, because needless death, throwing away the lives of young people for a cause that cannot be won, that should never have been fought in the first place, it's just unconscionable as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, this is something that could have been resolved diplomatically. It still can be resolved diplomatically, but I think they just,
No,
they
not anymore.
well, well, it depends how long they go on for. Because right now, I think for the Russians, it's a question of, no more negotiations. They're just going to force an unconditional surrender, and in that case, that means at the end of the day, Ukraine is not going to be part of NATO, whether they like it or not. And the only people benefiting from this are arms dealers. That's really the gist of it. They're making bank. You saw their stocks. Their stocks are up very good. And they were even saying this before the war started.
You got to understand, Richard. See, you have to understand how this works. See, 1 year it's pharma, then the next year it's the weapons manufacturers, and then the year after that it's going to be which industry? You tell me.
Well, could be oil, could be I don't know, the banks. Let's give them another bailout. Pick and
corruption.
choose.
The corruption. That's the thing I despise about the system. They're just so damn corrupt.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. That's the core issue. Gonzalo, I don't want to keep you too long. I know you probably want to rest after everything. I'm just gonna put up your Twitter, your new Twitter, I should say. Just give me one moment to pull the link up. Here we go. This is Gonzalo Lira 1968. That's the handle. You can see it right here, and I'll post the link in the chat right now so people can go ahead and follow.
I got 10,000 followers in a day. That's pretty cool.
No, not bad. Not bad. I'm sure they'll increase again, and I hope you get your other accounts back, your YouTube and so on. Do you have any?
I hope so. Yeah.
Do you have any other places people can follow you, or it's just the Twitter?
At this time, that's the only place I'm at right now. I can't even get a Gmail account, so because I don't have a phone, so yeah, it's a bit of a mess, and there are no phone stores open right now, obviously, because there's a war going on. So, so no luck in that regard, So yeah.
Okay, well, we'll keep in touch. I'll message you, and this will stay up, of course. And again, thanks for coming on and for everything you do. And get some rest. There are lots of people wishing you well in the comments. I couldn't read them all; it would take forever. So you have to look at them afterwards. But yeah, lots of people wishing you well.
Thank you very much. And Richard, thank you very much. It was a pleasure. This is the first time we had interacted, and I'm sorry if I ranted too much.
No, it's fine. It's great. It's great. It was very insightful.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you to say. And to chat, take it easy, chat, and I'll catch you guys next time.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye, mate. Have a good one.
Bye.
Okay, guys. So that was Gonzalo Lira, picked up by the SBU, by the secret, the security services. I want to point something out, because one of the things that you always hear is, well, in Syria, they have the Mukhabarat, which is like the SBU, it's the security services, and they're always picking people up. And then they tell you this is only a Syrian thing, or it's like something in Iran, or it's something in North Korea. And then they say, look at Ukraine. Ukraine's a shining democracy. No, it's the same crap that they're accusing other countries of. It's the same thing. I'm one of the only journalists covering the Julian Assange case. I'm seeing a journalist in a glass cage, and me with my own eyes, and you want to come and tell me that's democratic? Get the hell out of here. You're not going to fool me. Go try your bullshit, peddle it to someone else. So do you see how every one of these countries claiming to be liberal democracies, whether it's Ukraine or the UK, they're actually screwing journalists, they're screwing dissidents, just the same as they accuse others, actually even worse. I've never heard of a journalist being threatened with up to 175 years. But just going back to Gonzalo, that was really great speaking with him. Definitely, if you've just tuned in, go back and watch it afterwards. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. I tell you to subscribe to Gonzalo, but he doesn't have his YouTube channel anymore. They've taken, again, this is my understanding from what he just said. You were with me. It appears they've taken his stuff, so or tampered with it at the very least. So yeah, that's his Twitter. I put it up on the screen. And again, if you're new here, please consider subscribing. Another very important thing, because what's happened in the last 2 months? What's been happening because of Ukraine? You've had the EU banning RT, and then actually YouTube went ahead and banned RT everywhere, like RT Arabic, RT Espanol. There's lots of censorship going on. They're picking up people like Gonzalo. In Ukraine, they're picking up people in Latvia. You saw, we were looking at a list of journalists / dissidents who've been picked up. My point here is that I really strongly recommend that you don't only depend on platforms like Twitter and YouTube. It's really important that we have alternatives, okay? So, again, I'm not sure if all of you have Telegram. If you do, please consider subscribing there. I have a channel. We have got about 8,000 subscribers on there, and this is great because when I go live, I send you notification. Many of you got the notification that I'm live from here. You'll never miss one. In any case, I wanted to look at a few things with you. Let's take a look at this story over here from Foreign Policy magazine. And this is really, really rosy, isn't it? Before I go ahead, tell me where you're tuning in from. Tell me in the comments right now where you're tuning in from. I'll try and read out all your cities and your places of origin. Let's see. I'm gonna wait 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and now it's gonna spam inside of the chat. Iceland, Croatia, Ukraine, Chile, Montreal, London, Ireland, California. I can't read it. Look, it's exploding. Yorkshire, Canada, Vegas, Berlin. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful? That's great. That's great. We've got literally every country, quite literally almost every country. So let me show you this story, guys. Are you ready? Let's continue. So this is a new story from Foreign Policy magazine. This is a new piece from Foreign Policy magazine. Let's take a look at the headline. It says, Germany is displacing Afghan refugees to make way for Ukrainians. So basically what they're doing here is social workers are turning up to where Afghan refugees are living in Germany and literally kicking them out so that Ukrainian refugees can move in. I'm not making this up. Look, they say Parwana Amiri was having breakfast with her husband and 2 small daughters in Berlin when an unexpected visitor, a social worker, stood outside bringing even more unexpected news. The family would have to clear out their home for newly arriving refugees from Ukraine. No questions, no negotiation, just out within 24 hours. Amiri, 33, a social activist and refugee from Afghanistan, arrived in Berlin in late January, fleeing the Taliban with the help of the German government after receiving threats for 2 years. He's one of hundreds of Afghan refugees across Germany who've been shunted aside to make way for newly arrived refugees from Ukraine. So they're doing this to hundreds of Afghans, and they're saying that they're keeping this under wraps. Of course, the German government would, they don't want you to know this, right? So the article says that the evictions purposely were not publicized. Some people had lived in their homes for years and were ripped out of their social structures, including children who were moved to locations far from their respective schools. And this is according to someone who's a board member on the Berlin Refugee Council. Now, he says few people's living conditions improved, but most were afraid to speak up, afraid it could impact their immigration status. Yeah, that's a real fear, because you're being welcomed into the country as a refugee, and you know that's already difficult enough. And if you start criticizing the government, even though the government are in the wrong in this case, yeah, they could boot you. They could revoke your residency, your refugee. I mean, I don't know if they can legally under international law revoke the refugee status. They would have to reevaluate everything. I don't know how that would work specifically, but they could certainly try to resettle you, and that's basically what they're doing, but internally, right? Resettlement is an entire differently scheme, but just let me give you some more examples here. A 30-year-old Afghan man who didn't want to give out his name. He also arrived in Germany in January with his mother and 2 younger brothers, one of whom suffers from a heart condition. He said that after the family was evicted from the same complex where Amiri lived, he was separated from his brothers and mother and offered accommodation in a different part of the city. Do you understand? So they're not only kicking Afghan refugees out of their homes to make way for Ukrainians, they're even dividing them up. They're separating and breaking them up. I mean, this is crazy. Look what they said. They say, of course, it's not the Ukrainians' fault, but we have to reflect on our solidarity if it's only targeting certain people. The last months showed that different treatment of refugees is possible, and this needs to be systematically anchored in our society. This decision came from Berlin's Senate Department for Integration, Labor, and Social Services, arguing that it was, quote, based on operationally necessary and difficult considerations, and that there were no alternatives because Ukrainians, including many women and children, needed a roof over their heads and a bed. And the press secretary, Stefan Strauss, is saying, we regret that this caused additional hardships to the Afghan families and that the affected people had to move out of their familiar surroundings and now possibly have to keep up with their social connections with great difficulty. It's putting it mildly. He said Berlin had a total of 83 different accommodations for refugees, already housing 22,000 people, but that arriving Ukrainians needed to be consolidated to a few defined arrival centers to simplify processing, and that evicted Afghans were being given other permanent accommodation of equivalent quality, excluding shared bathrooms and kitchens. So Amiri and her family have been moved twice since their March eviction, and they now live in a former Berlin hotel. That's horrible, honestly. That's their third home within a month. Third home within a month. I mean, you got to consider that a lot of refugees, whether in Germany or otherwise, they've already lived on the move, you know, going from one refugee center to another, going through processing, going through temporary accommodation. And then these guys, they got to Germany and they're thinking, thank God we're safe. We can rebuild our lives. And now they're just being plucked out of their homes multiple times. This is really psychologically distressing for anyone, refugee or otherwise, right? But especially you've been through war, you've fled your home country. This really sucks. This is really awful. And I think it's important to look at this because, well, I'll give you my opinion afterwards. Let me just give you some more background information, and try and give you the best bits from the article, the most important bits. So the new place doesn't come cheap. Amiri showed a letter detailing how much the German government is paying for the 2 small rooms and a shared kitchen, 37 euros a night per person, or about 4,500 euros a month. Wow, that is a lot. That is a lot. And it's not even clear how long they can stay. The family's first residence, which is a small but fully stocked container apartment, was theirs until they would be able to find their own apartment, which is of course tough in the overcrowded capital. That's true for anybody, and you know, Germans are quite familiar with that. So Amiri says, we don't know where we're going to be sent next. My daughter already had secured a kindergarten spot. We were already slowly settling in until we were told to move. Since then, I've had no luck finding a nearby kindergarten with an opening. And while English-speaking social workers were available to assist with immigration paperwork and help enroll newly arrived refugees in German classes, there was no assistance provided at the new shelter. This family's first residence, this container apartment, was empty and deserted when Foreign Policy, that's this magazine, visited in early April, weeks after several families had been kicked out. Do you understand what they're saying? They're saying that these Afghan families were kicked out to make way for Ukrainian refugees, and there's no one in there. Right? Or did I misunderstand that? I think it's quite clear. So most people seeking safety in Germany enter the asylum system, which grants them temporary residency that is reevaluated every 6 months, depending on the situation in their home country. Extensions and eventually asylum are often denied. But most Afghans evacuated since last August skipped this process entirely, immediately receiving 3-year residency permits. Yeah, I think in that case, you know, it's pretty obvious the Taliban are not going anywhere. And you've had these terrible terrorist attacks, you know, just in the last 24 hours you had one, and a few days ago at a boys' school from, you know, again, it's really messed up. They spent 20 years bringing democracy to Afghanistan, and then look at it, it's upside down. So, I mean, I don't want to get too sidetracked, but it is horrible how they destroyed their country, and then they again, they're kind enough to accept them as refugees, but they're being shunned around like this. It's really distressing, to say the least. And you know, I'm not even concerned with this. This doesn't concern me. I don't know these people. My heart goes out to them because it's really, really distressing. So prior to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Germany was Europe's biggest host country for refugees. It's true, right? Opening its borders in 2015 to people mostly fleeing the war in Syria. More than 1.2 million refugees live in Germany, although Poland has welcomed some 2.8 million Ukrainians in the week since the February 24th invasion. That's true. So up until this point, right now we're 22nd of April. You've had just over 5 million Ukrainians that have left the country. Again, I'm counting Ukrainians that have fled Ukraine. You still have people inside Ukraine that have been displaced. But just in terms of who's left Ukraine, 5 million refugees, and you can see the bulk of them are in neighboring Poland, just next door. So, again, here they talk about the Taliban coming in, and they say Germany flew roughly 5,000 people out, most of them Afghans. And you remember there was this whole scandal about all these NATO countries, Germany included, and the United States and the UK, they had employed all these translators to help them against the Taliban. And they're basically saying that, thanks for helping us. We know the Taliban are after you because they consider you collaborators, but we're not going to give you refugee status, and we're going to keep you here for them to kill you off, basically. And that was scandalous, right? Because you had people that have literally worked for years with the Americans, with the American armed forces, with the British, with the Germans, and then they were basically saying, good luck, bye-bye. Not to all of them, but this is nothing to do with 2021. Even before that, you had people waiting years whose families were killed and hunted down by the Taliban because they had worked with the Americans. This is nothing, I'm not telling you anything new. This is common knowledge. And so they're saying since, again, Germany originally flew 5,000 people out, and then since then, Germany has further evacuated roughly 4,000 people, and we managed another 3,000. And this is from the non-profit Kabul Luftbrücke, which means air bridge. Okay, so that the total number of Afghans who've arrived in Germany after the Taliban's takeover is now 12,000. Yeah. Now, since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Germany has registered 316,000 Ukrainians fleeing the war. So obviously, that's way more. And again, don't get me wrong. Germany is, as we've seen, has taken many refugees in. But you can see how they've taken many more Ukrainians, and that's true of not just Germany, but all of the Western countries. They're taking in way more Ukrainians. So I think that's about it. And just to give you my thoughts, this is already way better than what the UK is doing. The UK now wants to send refugees to Rwanda. And I've talked about this on the channel. I've made a video about this very in-depth and detailed, and I'm going to talk about it again in a second. But this is still not okay. I think this is really messed up because, like I said, refugees, they've been through a lot. They've already been moved around, gone through several countries, gone through processing, gone through temporary accommodation, gone through processing centers. There's people fleeing war. These are people that the German government has looked at their cases and certified that they are genuine refugees. They have a genuine fear for their life for whatever reason, if it's political or otherwise, or there's instability in the country, and they need to be recognized as refugees and taken in because Germany is a country that's a signatory to the Refugee Convention and so on. And the fact that they're being moved around like that, I think this is unfair. I think this is especially egregious when they're telling them, sorry, you have to leave because Ukrainians are coming in, and then the accommodation is empty. What? Where are the Ukrainians? Obviously, there are more Ukrainians, but I think it just shows you how they're treating Ukrainian refugees as superior to Afghan refugees or Syrian refugees. Again, man, the UN Refugee Convention doesn't say Ukrainian refugees or European refugees are worth more than refugees from the Middle East. If you are a refugee, you're a refugee. End of story. If you're a human being, you're a human being. You're equal. End of story. There is no discrimination in the convention based on your skin color or your country of origin or how you got to the place where you're seeking asylum. This is irrelevant. This is irrelevant. But nevertheless, you're seeing European countries, NATO countries, giving preferential treatment to Ukrainian refugees because they're Europeans. And we have several people on television who said the quiet part out loud, right? This started with this scandalous presenter on NBC News, and then we've had several reporters since then basically saying that, yeah, of course we should take in Ukrainian refugees because they're white and civilized. Now, hold on a second. Yes, you should take in the Ukrainian refugees because they're refugees, not just because they're white and European and civilized. What does that mean? The other refugees are not civilized? This is so disgusting and Orientalist, right? It's really quite xenophobic and racist. That's what it is. It's what it is. There's no excuse for that. You can't weasel your way out of this one. This is just straight up racism, right? And being civilized and European and white has nothing to do with whether you are a genuine refugee or not. Okay, that's irrelevant. But nevertheless, we're seeing that. And I mean, what the UK is doing, that's a whole other story. That's even more despicable. And I'll get to that. But France, let me give you the example of France and the United States, because up until a few months ago, they were saying, oh no, we can't take in all these migrants from south of the border in the US. Oh, we can't take all of these migrants from Africa and the Middle East. Do you see how they call them migrants? Like as if they just decided to, come for no reason. It's not like there's poverty, there's war, their countries have been colonized and plundered for centuries. In any case, they said, we don't have any space. Sorry, we can't take you in. We don't have the resources. And then all of a sudden, we're announcing 100,000 places for refugees from Ukraine. Well, what? Great. I'm happy that you're welcoming them in. What about those? What about the people that are fleeing the wars you started in the Middle East and Africa? You got any space for them? Oh, I see how it is. So do you see how this is a lie when the United States and the French, they say that they don't have any places. They, like that, in the blink of an eye, they just came up with them out of thin air. You cannot look at that and tell me that there isn't bias at play here. I'm not making these statements up. They're public. You can look them up. I've shown them to you, right? So, tu vois quand tu veux. You see when you want to? Everything is possible. Everything is possible. And I think we're seeing in multiple dimensions, not just in discourse, but even legally speaking, how European countries, Western countries, are giving preferential treatment to Ukrainians than to other countries. And the sick irony here is that the refugees that are coming from Afghanistan, who created them? Who created those refugees? Who created the refugees in Syria, in Iraq? Who created the refugees in Libya? They bombed themselves, or what? Or did NATO bomb them and sanction them? It's NATO. And then these same countries, they turn around and say, oh, sorry, we can't let you in. Oh, so you got money and resources for bombs, but not for the refugees that you created. That's very fucking funny. That's very, very smart. They really think we're stupid. And then the UK is doing something disgusting. They're saying that if you come to the UK and you are recognized as a refugee, the British government is going to look at your case and say, yes, you are a 100% genuine refugee. We're giving you refugee status. They're going to send you to Rwanda. So again, this is not asylum seekers or migrants, economic migrants, refugees. They're going to send you to Rwanda. So the UK is not only being hypocritical, is especially disgusting because the Refugee Convention was written by the United Kingdom. They wrote the fucking thing and signed it in 1951. Again, many countries have signed it, but the UK helped author it. And now it wants to send refugees to Rwanda. It's a money-making scheme. I'm telling you this because I've covered the offshore detention centers in Australia, and I interviewed some of the refugees who were there. They kept them on islands in Nauru and Papua New Guinea for years. You had a guy who came there when he was 15, 9 years in detention, being processed. He's not being processed. It takes, you can process an individual very quickly. They're keeping these people there because they were making literally millions per person in detention. So you have private corporations, contractors that get paid so much money from the government to keep refugees in detention. And they just, they're just wasting time and making these people suffer psychologically just so they can make money. And in the end, they're all approved as refugees because they are legitimate refugees. And then they were given, thankfully, just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, these guys that have been in detention for literally 5 years, 7 years, 9 years were given, were set free, I should say, where they were set free. So what the UK is doing is a disgusting money-making scheme. It's in violation of the Refugee Convention. It's in violation every international agreement the UK signed in terms of human rights and the rights of refugees. And you need to be aware of what it is. You have to be aware of what it is. So just going back to what's happening in Germany, how unsurprising. How unsurprising. By all means, you should take in Ukrainians, but don't crap on other people who are just as legitimate. So guys, give me a second. I'm just gonna get something to drink. We've been talking for 2 hours now. I really need to drink something. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll just put the break screen on. You go get something to drink as well, and then we'll continue your moment, okay? So, 1 second.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
all men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Let's look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
All right. I'm back, baby. So I wanted to look at two things with you. I wanted to look at this Rwanda scandal with the UK. And the other thing is with Russia and China with because the Ukrainians, the Ukraine war, as a result, many corporations have left Russia, including MasterCard, including Visa. And the idea was that the Chinese were going to come in and link Union Pay, which is kind of like Visa and MasterCard. And they're going to link Union Pay with Russia's Mir system, which is pretty big, right? Because these corporations are kind of dumb. They they want to boycott Russia, but they're losing lots of money. They're losing their market share. They're really shooting themselves in the foot. And I don't see how that's supposed to affect or deter the Russians. You basically screwed over a bunch of consumers, but you also screwed yourself over. Now, yesterday when I was live, you guys were telling me that China was now backing out of this, and I don't know if that's true. I saw conflicting things, and this is what I've been seeing. Let's take a look, shall we? Here. You guys can see that? Lovely. Brilliant. So again, just to explain this to you guys again, many corporations, especially Western corporations, left Russia to boycott Russia, like, McDonald's, Instagram, but also big financial giants like Visa, like MasterCard. And the Chinese, they looked at that and they said, you know what? Thank you very much for your market share. We'll take it. And they moved in with Union Pay, and they said, we're going to link Union Pay to Mir, to MIR, which is the Russian payment system. And there's this new report now. This came out just today. This is from Fortune magazine, and they're saying that China's largest credit card brand might be pulling out too. So the question is now, what's happening to UnionPay? What's happening to this great big deal that China is going to link with Mir? Let's take a look, because I was live yesterday, and while I was live, Crazy Puppet was sending me this, and I saw conflicting reports, because I think it was Financial Times. They were saying this is great for China. Yeah, it is, but other places are saying they've decided against it. They've changed their minds. Let's see if that's true. So, when Russia's invasion of Ukraine prompted payments giants Visa and MasterCard to suspend services in the country, Moscow expected it could lean on the Chinese alternative, UnionPay, to plug the holes torn out of its domestic banking system. That plan appears to have fallen flat, as UnionPay has reportedly decided not to expand its presence in the country, fearing it could become the next target of devastating sanctions. So what are they linking to here? They're linking to the Moscow Times. And the Moscow Times says China's Visa MasterCard alternative, meaning UnionPay, backs away from Russia. Okay, let's see. No thanks. Okay, they're saying China's UnionPay system refused to cooperate with Russia's biggest lender, Sberbank, and suspended talks with other banks for fear of secondary sanctions, the RBC News website reported today. So we're just, I swear, this is exactly how the news works. It's like somebody wrote an article about somebody writing an article about somebody writing an article about something that someone said. So this one's in Russian. This is the source. It's in Russian, and I'll plug it through the translator in a second, but let's just go back to Moscow Times, right? They're saying that Russian banks plan to issue cards using UnionPay after Visa and MasterCard suspended. We get it. We get it, okay? So, quote, the project to issue UnionPay cards is temporarily on hold, RBC quoted one of several unnamed banking sources as saying. They don't officially confirm that it's tied to sanctions, saying it's on pause until further instructions. Now, the article goes on to say that UnionPay also suspended negotiations with other sanctioned banks, including Russia's largest private lender, Alfa Bank, VTB, and Okriti. UnionPay accounted for about 1% of Russian bank cards in 2020, according to retail banking research. So it's not a lot. Demand for UnionPay cards grew tenfold after unprecedented Western sanctions over Russia's war in Ukraine. Now, Russian UnionPay holders have reported difficulties with using the system to make payments in the US, Israel, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Russia's central bank reassured Visa and MasterCard holders that the systems will continue to work within Russia until the cards expire. Yeah, that's true. So that was my understanding as well, that basically, if you have a Visa and a MasterCard inside Russia, you can still use it to buy things inside Russia, but it won't work internationally. Russia and China have proclaimed a quote-unquote no-limits friendship on the eve of Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. However, subsequent reports have suggested China's reluctance to run afoul of unprecedented Western sanctions. Now, honestly, this doesn't look like it's a done deal. So this could change. This is nothing confirmed. They haven't come out and said, oh, it's over. This whole plan is in the garbage. It's down the drain. And the other thing, my gut feeling, again, I could be wrong. My gut feeling is that the Chinese don't really care about sanctions. It's not just something that I feel. They've demonstrated that in the past. Because the thing is, when you sanction a country like, Cuba, again, Cuba's done amazing things, has strong resilience. Cuba's been 60 bloody years under an embargo. Look at them. But when you sanction someone like Cuba, it's not the same as sanctioning China, because the US needs China. China is emerging as a contender. It's set to overtake the United States to become the world's #1 economy. It's just a question of time. And we are seeing, of course, with that, the emergence of a multipolar world. So we're going to end up in a world where it's not the United States that's running the show. You will have a multipolar world, not a hyperpower or unipolar hegemon like the US. And so my point is that the Chinese just don't care. They care to an extent, but they are able to shrug off sanctions if you catch my drift. Now, just going back to what they're saying here in Fortune magazine, again, they're saying the same thing, that Russians could still use Visa and MasterCard to make domestic purchases, owing to Russia's local Mir payment system. Now, again, the significance, another sign that the global South and the the evil countries, as the Americans call them, so Russia, China, Iran, so on. Another sign that they were developing alternatives and really taking them seriously was the fact that in the last weeks we saw Venezuela, we saw Iran talking about linking their payment systems to Mir. Okay, so let me summarize. China wants to link UnionPay to Russia's Mir, and Iran and Venezuela want to link their payment systems to Russia's Mir. And this is very serious because before, let's say from 2014 and onwards, when the Russians started de-dollarizing their foreign exchange reserves and buying up more gold, and also, moving away from things like SWIFT, because then China and Russia came up with their own alternatives to SWIFT. They also came up with Mir, and Mir has been successful for domestic payments in Russia. It's more popular and more functional for domestic payments than it is for international payments. But so the fact that now you have Iran and Venezuela talking about hooking into that, that's significant. And it shows that countries are really taking this seriously, this idea of we have to move away from the financial and monetary system that's been imposed and controlled by the West for the better part of the last century. So that's very serious. Now, whether this doesn't, whether this idea of with linking China's UnionPay to Russia's Mir, it falls through, I don't think that's going to change anything. They might come up with something else. That doesn't mean that, they're just going to give up and say, well, yeah, let's just depend on Western corporations and Visa and MasterCard. That's not happening. Because you have no clue. We have no idea when those companies would come back. And I think there's been a real lesson learned. Again, Russia and China, they started wising up to this idea that we have to move away from the West. We can't depend on the West. Already in the last decade. But this is a real game changer in so many ways. I don't want to repeat myself, but we're getting so many new subscribers every day. I feel like I should. And it's not just the payment system. It's, of course, when you look at oil, right? China gets a good chunk of its oil from Saudi Arabia. I think it's about 15% of its oil. And so the idea that Saudi Arabia would sell oil to China, not in US dollars, but in a currency like the renminbi, which is China's currency, the yuan, that's ridiculous because it's unheard of, right? I mean ridiculous in the sense that it's outrageous because usually energy sales, especially oil, they're denominated in the US currency, in the US dollar. And that's why we have something called the petrodollar where 80%, the vast overwhelming majority of oil sales are done in US dollars. And that's what gives the US dollar its value. Because when you sell oil, which is one of the hottest commodities, one of the basic commodities, you get greenbacks in exchange. You get dead presidents. Do you understand? That's what gives it its value. And so the idea that you would sell it in another currency, it starts giving that currency the value. Because people they start, hey, hold on a second, you're selling oil in renminbi? I want some renminbi. Right? I'm trying to simplify it. Obviously, that's not going to happen from one day to the next where the US dollar's hegemony is just challenged, you're like flicking a switch. No, but it is setting the world on a different course and a very serious one because we've had, in addition to that, India buying oil from Russia in rupees. Have you ever heard of such a thing? When I first saw that, I was like, what? It's not about the quantity. It's just 3 million barrels. 3 million barrels is nothing. India uses more than that in a day. But it's just the principle that they bought that in rupees and rubles. It's crazy. You wouldn't do that usually, right? And then of course we have the U.S. scrambling for oil. As we've seen, Biden has started releasing some of they call it the strategic reserve. The U.S. has basically piled up millions of barrels of oil in such an event where the price of oil goes up. They can release oil, and then it's supposed to calm down market prices. It's just a temporary fix. You as the United States, a country like that, which, again, think about this, the US is the top producer of oil in the world, but it consumes so much oil that it still has to import oil from other countries, and that's Russia and Saudi Arabia and others. And so one of those countries that used to give the US oil is Venezuela, but that's changed because of sanctions. Since Bush, it's just been getting worse and worse. Bush put sanctions on Venezuela, then Obama put more sanctions, then Trump put more sanctions. So right now, Venezuela is screwed because it's not only not exporting oil to the US, it can't export oil globally. Only places like, Iran and China and Russia, they're willing to take the oil, but globally, it's gone. And now we're in a situation where the US has sanctioned Russia, including energy imports. there's a war in Ukraine, so the price of oil has gone up. And now you need oil, you need Venezuelan oil, you need Iranian oil back on the market to calm those prices down. And that's very embarrassing for the US because they've been telling you for years, they've been saying for years that Venezuela is a dictatorship and Maduro's a dictator and they don't recognize him as the president. And now they have to go kiss his ass for oil. So I guess he is the president, right? If he's the guy calling the shots, why are you talking to him then about the oil? Huh? Who's running the show? Obviously it's him. And now they have to do the same thing with Iran. They've been saying Iran is a malign actor and they're evil and they have to be sanctioned. And now they're like, do you mind giving us some of that oil? We'll lift the sanctions. I'm simplifying this for you, but this is very much true. This is very much what's happening, and very much a pretty concise and succinct picture of what's happening. And so when we're seeing things like oil being sold in currencies denominated in other currencies than the US dollar, this is significant. And when you see China and Venezuela and Iran and Russia working on parallel systems or alternative systems, whether it's a payment system like Mir and Union Pay, or it's an alternative to SWIFT, where the Chinese and the Russians have their own system, it doesn't mean that from one day to the next, the US and SWIFT and the dollar will become irrelevant. It means that there's going to come a point in time where they're going to have serious competition. And Ukraine has caused that. Ukraine and the political backlash against Russia has caused that. It's the catalyst. And that's what we're moving towards. And that's what you have to understand. So just going back to this story that Union Pay are allegedly backing out, again, that remains to be seen. It hasn't been 100%, it's not 100% dead just yet. And it doesn't mean that we won't see alternatives popping up. I think that's very, very important to explain and to understand. Thank you guys very much for all your generous donations. I see we've got a super chat here from Painter Q. Thank you for the sticker. I appreciate that very much. And just give me a second. I have to check. We've got a donation here. This is from, it's loading. Give me a second. It's on PayPal. From Christina. Says, thank you for your genuine and honest work. Thank you, Christina. You're very kind. Let me see who else sent in donation. We've got one here from Mr. Campbell. Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. We've got another donation here. This is from Cirilio. There's no note attached, but thank you nevertheless. We've got another one over here. This is from Amsuti. Again, there's no note, but I appreciate the donation nevertheless. And very, very cool. I think we've just got a few new people who signed up on Patreon. Let me see. This is Lee. Thank you, Lee, for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting my work. Whenever somebody signs up on Patreon, I play a crab dance. That's our tradition. So check out the new one and say thank you to Lee.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have two number 9s. Number 9 large. We got him. I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you so much. For those of you who are uninitiated, you now know what a crab dance is, and we love them. And again, thank you to everybody supporting the show. We are something crazy. I think we're halfway to the goal now, 825. You know, I told you guys, I promised you that once we get to 1,000, I would make a piñata out of a politician that you guys would pick. And I thought that was going to be sometime way off in the future. And we're already at 826. 826 out of 1,000. That is getting really close. I'm going to have to do this poll pretty soon so we can pick the piñata. That's going to be really fun. In any case, there's something crazy I've just found. I can't believe this. This is about the payment to Russia in rubles for gas. Whoa. So I wish I had a bit more time to look at this, but let's just do it live. Let's just look at what they're saying here, and why not? I'm just trying to pick out the best articles just to put them together. Okay, let's take a look then. And I know some of you might not be too familiar with what's happening. I'll explain it to you. Don't worry. That's my job. I'm here to do that. You can rely on me. Don't worry. Okay. So are we all set? Lovely. You guys remember that Russia said that European countries and, what was the name they gave them again? Unfriendly countries, unfriendly nations, right? Yeah, that was the title they gave them. So Russia imposed this condition now that all unfriendly countries, which includes many EU member states, they have to start paying for Russian gas in rubles, which is Russia's currency. And this is very significant because Europe gets 40% of its gas from Russia. It depends heavily on Russian gas. And this is a technique that the Russians have found to bring back the value of the ruble, to shore up the value of the ruble because of the sanctions. It did quite bad for a while, but now it's actually recovered reasonably well. If I show you just here, $1 in rubles, right now, whoa, you're kidding. This is crazy. 77 rubles to the dollar. That is really good. That's crazy. That's the best I've seen it so far since the war began. So look here. This is 15th of February. It was 75 rubles to the dollar. Today, on 22nd of April, it's 77 to the dollar. That's ridiculous. That is crazy. So obviously, this plan to get gas payments in rubles is helping. It's not the only thing that they've done. But I wanted to talk to you about it because the G7 and the EU, they just came out and said, no, we're not paying for you we're not paying you for gas in rubles. Because this is not what's written in the contract. They were saying in the gas contract, Russia gives us gas and we pay in euros or US dollars. And so the majority of contracts between Russia and Europe are in euros, okay? And the Russians, they came up with a system. They said, you know what? You can keep sending euros, but you have to come and open an account at Gazprom Bank. Now, Gazprom is the Russian gas company that's owned by the state. And Gazprom Bank is the bank that handles the energy payments for them. And it's state-owned, right? So they said, let's say Germany, for example, right? If the Germans want gas from Russia, they need it. They have to open an account in their name at Gazprom Bank, and they can send the euros there, okay? And then Gazprom Bank will take those euros, sell them at the Moscow Stock Exchange for rubles, take the rubles, and then put them in a second account, also in Germany's name, or whoever the buyer is, and then pay for the gas from that account. So in the end, even though these European countries are sending euros, they're still paying in rubles in their name because they must open accounts in their name at Gazprom Bank. And so this is kind of a win-win, right? Because it doesn't really violate the contract because they're still sending euros, but they're also still paying in their name. Now, the G7 said, screw you, we're not doing that. The EU said, screw you, we're not doing that. Hungary came out and said, fine, we'll pay you in rubles. And now, this is breaking news just from a few hours ago, April 22nd. Britain allows payments to Gazprom Bank for EU gas imports until May 31st. Now, originally, they wanted to cut this off. And they wanted to sanction Russia completely, including the energy imports, just as the Americans have done. But now they're saying that they will extend the deadline. So take a look at this. Britain will allow payments to Gazprom Bank and its subsidiaries for gas going down to European countries until the end of May. Britain imposed sanctions on Gazprom Bank last month, giving counterparts a deadline of April 23rd to wind down their business with the lender, which is one of the main channels for payments for Russian oil and gas. Under a new license, however, Britain's Treasury said payments to Gazprom Bank for gas being made available in the EU under contracts entered into before April 21st could now continue until May 31st. So this is significant because the UK is one of the only countries, in addition to the US, that completely sanctioned Russia. So everything, including energy sector, right? The UK can afford to do that because the UK doesn't get a lot of its gas or oil from Russia. Same thing for the US. Again, like I was telling you, Russian gas accounts for about 40% of EU imports. For the UK, it's much, much less. It's about 3%. That does have an effect, of course, but nevertheless, it's not as drastic. Now, this is from Bloomberg. This is from just a few days ago. This is April 20th. Germany rejects Putin's demand for payments in rubles. The finance minister says that dollars and euro contracts must be honored. As I told you, the majority of contracts are denominated in that. And Russian leader has threatened to halt natural gas supplies. Well, of course he's threatened to halt them because if Russia were to allow gas payments to continue in euros and dollars, it's useless. They can't use them. So it's like they're giving the gas away for free. Of course they're not going to give away gas for free. Nobody would. Now this is from Oil Price, and the headline reads, "The EU can pay for Russian gas without violation of sanctions." So companies in the EU may have discovered a way to pay for Russia's gas in rubles without violating sanctions, the European Commission said on Friday. The companies would need to pay in euros or dollars, which would then be converted into rubles. This is exactly the process that I just told you about. Again, I have a video on this channel solely dedicated to explaining how this payment mechanism works for rubles and gas. So look that up if you want. Now, just going back to the article, they say that companies would need to pay in euros or dollars, which would then be converted into rubles, although the transactions would also have to be accompanied by a statement explaining how the companies consider their contractual obligations to be complete once they submit the euros or dollars. Now, Russia had set a March 31st deadline for unfriendly countries to start paying in rubles for natural gas. Although the EU initially balked at such a demand. That's what I just told you. The EU initially balked at such a demand, arguing that such a demand would be a breach of contract on Russia's behalf, and that paying in rubles would violate sanctions. Russia also muddied the waters in the days that followed the initial rubles demand, injecting a fair amount of confusion over how the scheme would work. That's true, because I remember Putin, he had a phone call, I think it was with Scholz, with the German chancellor, and he had to personally call him to explain how this works. I understand it was a bit confusing at first, but we get how it is now. Russia clarified the complicated rubles for gas scheme earlier this week for those unfriendly nations, which include EU members as well as the US, among others. Under the scheme, these nations would not be able to pay for gas using Gazprom's bank accounts abroad because the funds would be susceptible to freezing by sanctions. Instead, these nations would have to pay in euros or dollars using a special account that would have to be open at Gazprom Bank. So, do you understand what's going on here? The Russians are saying, if you want gas, you cannot pay us in bank accounts outside Russia. So that's another advantage of this new system. It's that Russia is getting paid in rubles, which drives up the value of the ruble. But the money is also inside Russia and not abroad where it can be frozen, as we've just seen them do, right? So that's another security advantage of doing this scheme, because then instead of Russia being paid for its gas in European banks, Europe has to come pay for the gas in a Russian bank in Russia. So that's the difference here. Gazprom would then have access to the sanctions-protected funds in rubles. Again, this is basically just repeating everything I just told you. The news that the EU has found a way to pay without violating sanctions come as the White House on Friday said that the EU was determined to ban imports of Russian oil and gas, although Germany has been opposed to a full and immediate ban due to its significant reliance on Russian energy imports. So, nothing new here. Let me translate what's going on. There's nothing new. The only new thing is that the EU is basically saying, well, yeah, we're screwed. We have to pay for this in rubles. So they're trying to save face now and say, well, yeah, maybe we can do it without violating sanctions. Yes. You don't really have a choice, buddy. You're paying for that shit either way. Austria gets 80% of its gas from Russia. 80. Germany gets 40%. Europe as a whole gets 40%. There's just no way you can switch it off like that and say, yeah, we're going to find gas that's going to fall out of the sky. Or, Qatar and the US will send us LNG. That's ridiculous. This is not happening. You need several years to build LNG terminals and to start receiving the same kinds of amounts in substitute, in lieu of Russian gas through LNG. This is taking years. It's not something you can do overnight. So they have no choice, and they're just trying to save face now and say, yeah, I guess it wouldn't violate sanctions after all. It's funny. It's kind of funny. And the British, the reason they're allowing these payments to continue, although they don't want to, is because, again, Europe depends so heavily on gas that cutting them off it would cause economic ruin. People think, ban Russian gas and Russian energy and you'll be punishing Putin. No, you'll be punishing Putin and the West. And I hate this thing with Putin, like as if he's the only person who fucking lives in Russia. Russia's a country. It's the biggest country on earth. It has people there. It's a nation. It's not one guy called Putin. It's so stupid and childish how they talk about it. But I'm just trying to say in their terminology, we're going to punish Putin. No, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot and everybody's going to suffer. And people are already suffering with higher gas prices and food prices. But if you think that's bad, it's going to get infinitely worse. And so right now, they're basically coming to terms with reality and finally accepting that they have no choice. The rest is just posturing, right? It's just... Gonzalo's very kind. He just sent me a message. He said, it was great ranting at you. I do hope it was entertaining show that your viewers got something out of. Well, was it entertaining, guys? I know it was. It's a rhetorical question. It was great having Gonzalo on. I don't know if he's still watching now. He's probably resting, but it was great. It was absolutely great. And I would have much rather preferred we do that under different circumstances, not like, hey, how was it getting kidnapped by the security services? Yeah, so I hope he's okay, and that's probably quite rattling, honestly. So yeah, I see you guys are commenting that it was. See, I knew. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Shadow Dissector says, I'll have to rewatch, just home from work and just tuned in. Great. You will enjoy it very much. We talked for at least an hour and he's fine. Fine as can be, I should say. And, it must be quite rattling, I imagine. Putting that mildly, of course. So I'm just reading a few more comments that you guys sent. We've got a donation here from Alexi. Thank you very much, Alexi. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the show. And we also have a new member on Patreon. Thank you to Anton for joining on Patreon. Everybody show some love to Anton. I'm going to play Anton a crab dance. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have two number 9s. Number 9 Lords. We got him. I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right, guys, here we are. Again, thank you to everybody who's supporting the show. This is straight up, raw, independent journalism, and I couldn't do it without you. I have to plug the show, but can I be honest? More than anything, I would really appreciate it if you guys not only donated, but most important of all, if you signed up on Telegram or the email. This is completely free. It's just so we have a backup, because right now, it's dangerous to go against the official NATO narrative. They're censoring people left and right. They're deplatforming. It's completely unfettered right now, right? Anybody they don't like, they want to censor and smear. And so it's really important to have backups like an email list or Rumble, Odyssey, Rockfin. And so you guys asked me to make backup channels there. I have all my videos are synced. So it's really wise to do that. And again, before I continue, I know this is... This is Telegram, okay? Okay, wait, no, that's the wrong screen. Hold on. That's the wrong screen. Okay, so I'm sorry, I switched out to the wrong screen, I think. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. Okay, sorry, I just had a complete bug with the computer. I apologize for that. I couldn't see myself and hear myself. So, this is the Telegram, and when I go live, I post about it. I write that I'm live. I send you notification, because sometimes you might be subscribed on YouTube. They don't tell you. I've even heard people telling me they've been unsubscribed. Is that true? You've been unsubscribed automatically from the channel? That's crazy. In any case, this is the go-to, and there's of course the email list, and much more. Now, I want to talk to you a bit more about this new refugee policy that the UK are working out, because it's quite despicable. It's quite despicable. Let me see what I can do. Hold on, you might be hearing something now.
In hotel costs is because the Home Office decision making has total money going to come from in order to fund this plan. She says she's going to save money on hotels, but the only reason
yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna fetch the footage for you so you can see what's going on, and then we can begin. Okay. What? Some outrageous lies going on here. Some outrageous lies. Anyway. Okay. All right. As you guys know, I was telling you the other day about this new plan the British government have hatched to send refugees all the way to Rwanda, right? So again, we're not talking about economic migrants or migrants, refugees. So these are people that have come to the UK to seek asylum. They're fleeing war. The British government has looked at their case, given them refugee status, and established they are legitimate, genuine refugees. And then they want to send them to Rwanda. And this is, of course, especially egregious and shocking because the UK not only signed the UN Refugee Convention, it helped author it. And now it's backpedaling and trying to shirk its responsibility as a signatory and as a as a country that, quite frankly, has helped create those refugees. I really love these morons who think that colonialism stopped in 1945. Like, oh, the British Empire, that's 70 years ago. That's not today. Are you high? Do you know what Afghanistan is? Do you know what Iraq is? Can you read a map? Do you live under a rock? Do you not know what your country has been doing? Our country, I should say. Like, do you not look at the news? Do you not think, where are these refugees coming from? Why are they leaving these countries? They just have nothing better to do than to risk drowning in the Channel. Are you that brain dead? Are you that stupid? This is so disgusting, and it's really called adding insult to injury. So you have a country like the UK that kills and colonizes and invades other people's homes and murders them and steals their resources and then says, we didn't do anything. Why are you coming to our country? Like, yeah, it's okay for the UK to land on other people's shores with weapons and kill people and steal their resources, but dare the refugees come to our shores? Oh, we have to protect our border. Yeah, we don't seem to give a fuck about other people's borders, do we? Disgusting, low-life, scummy hypocrisy. The worst of the worst, the lowest of the low to say such a thing. In any case, this new plan is obviously in violation of the Refugee Convention, and I want to show you a clip from Nadia Whittome. So she's a member of parliament in the UK, and she questioned this policy in the House of Commons just the other day. Let me show you what she said. Let's take a look.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Under international law, anyone can claim asylum in any country that has signed the 1951 UN Refugee Convention. And that convention makes it clear that people fleeing persecution can reach a country via irregular means if they are unable to use a valid visa. So, given that there is no legal way to come to the UK for the purpose of seeking asylum, does he accept that the government risks breaking international law?
Well, I'm grateful to her for her intervention, and the point that I would make, and the point that I've consistently made, is that at all times the British government acts in accordance with its international obligations, both under ECHR but also the Refugee Convention. And again, I make this point because I think it bears repeating, that nobody needs to get in a small boat to be in safety. Everybody doing so is leaving what are inherently safe countries with fully functioning asylum systems, and if people want to come to this country, and we have a proud record of providing sanctuary here, they should do so through safe and legal routes, and we have a proud record as a government of providing safe and legal routes, reflecting the fact that there are conflicts and instability in the world, and we respond to those challenges. I'll gladly...
What a disgusting liar. Every single sentence that came out of his mouth is a lie. Every single one. Every single one. I will debunk word by word the pure nonsense that he said, but I'll just let Nadia finish.
And if people want to come to this country, and we have a proud record of providing sanctuary here, they should do so through safe and legal routes, and we have a proud record as a government of providing safe and legal routes, reflecting the fact that there are conflicts and instability in the world, and we respond to those challenges. I'll gladly give way.
Thank you, Honourable, for giving way. The 1951 UN Refugee Convention is quite clear, and I don't think the Minister answered the question. What advice has he had that the UK government, under this legislation, will not be breaking the UN Convention on the Rights of Refugees?
I'm afraid I can only again just reiterate the point that at all times the United Kingdom government acts in accordance with its international obligations, and that is, of course, something that we will continue to do.
Complete utter rubbish. Complete utter rubbish. So let's go back. Let's go back to what he said first, right? He said first that the British government acts in accordance with its international obligations, both under the European Convention of Human Rights and also the Refugee Convention. No, it doesn't. No, it absolutely doesn't. When you have somebody that comes to seek asylum in the UK, you have to process them and give them refugee status if they're found to be genuine refugees in the UK. It doesn't say you should send them to Rwanda or the Moon or Mongolia or Brazil or wherever else you fancy. That's wrong. And then I'm not even mentioning the other, disgusting policies that the UK has done. But let's just focus on the Rwanda plan. And then he says it bears repeating that nobody needs to get in a small boat to be in safety. Everybody doing so is leaving what are inherently safe countries with fully functioning asylum systems. that's again, why do you sign the Refugee Convention if you don't want to follow it? The Refugee Convention is very specifically clear. It says that refugees are expected. We know that these are people fleeing war, and they will come by irregular means. Okay? So the fact they came on a small boat, or they came by submarine, or they fucking parachuted onto Buckingham Palace is irrelevant. It makes no difference. That's not what the Refugee Convention says. You either sign it and respect it, or don't fucking sign it. So this is very disgusting what he's saying. And it's gaslighting. Oh, like, you don't have to get in a small boat to be in safety. It's not about safety. Someone is a genuine refugee. They want to come claim asylum in the UK for whatever reason it is. Maybe they speak English, so they'd be able to integrate more easily. Maybe they have family there. Maybe they come from a country that has history, or I should say, that's a nice way of saying it was colonized by the UK. So it has cultural ties, like they want to say. There are many reasons why they might come to the UK. And this idea that oh, well, why are they coming to the UK? They're leaving countries with fully functioning asylum systems. This is also wrong, because he's assuming that every country on the planet has signed the Refugee Convention. That's a lie. That's not true. That's not true. I can pull up the map for you. When you go to Australia, for example, there are many asylum seekers in Australia. Hold on, let me pull up the map. They make their way to Australia through Malaysia, through Indonesia. Some of these countries have not signed the Refugee Convention, so you're assuming that they take in refugees and asylum seekers and know how to process them and have the facilities and are set up for that. That's bullshit. It's not true. You just made that up. Here. Don't worry, I'll get to the rest of his lies. So this is according to September 2012. It's not the most up-to-date map, but nevertheless, I think it gives you a fair idea that there are quite a bunch of countries that have not signed it, that are not parties to the Refugee Convention. So just assuming that they all are, that, you know, that's not true, especially if we're talking about Australia. And then they'll come and say, yeah, but France signed it, and you're coming through France. Why don't you just claim asylum in France? Because they don't have to. They don't have to. There's no illegal obligation to claim asylum in the first country you reach. With that logic, hold on a second. With that logic, nobody should ever be a refugee outside the neighboring countries, right? That's their logic. So they're saying, if there's a war, you should only go to the countries next door. So that means that, you know, people who were refugees from World War II, there should be no refugees from Europe in the United States. What are they doing in the United States? Why didn't they claim asylum in well, okay, let's not say Russia. Why didn't they claim asylum in a neighboring country? Why didn't they go to Africa? Why didn't they go to the Middle East to claim asylum? Because that's not how things work. Why did you sign the Refugee Convention then? You can't sign this convention, this law, and then say, well, no, actually, you should just stay in the countries near you. Those countries that are affected by war, let's say Syria, for example. The neighboring countries are Turkey. Turkey already has 2 million Syrian refugees. Lebanon has God knows how many millions if we're talking Palestinians and Syrians. It's quite a good chunk, right? Iraq, I mean, the idea that, yeah, you should go to a neighboring country, you don't know if that country is going to get bombed tomorrow. They never leave the place alone. They never leave the place alone. So you have Iraqi refugees who came to Syria in 2003 because the US and the UK bombed it. And then Syria's at war, and Syria's being attacked by NATO. So they're no longer safe. So this idea you should just go to the neighboring countries is ridiculous. And the fact is that most refugees are in countries, are in the neighboring countries, and those countries don't have the resources. So they're basically saying Lebanon and Turkey and Syria and Iraq, they should be taking in refugees when they don't have the money and the resources to take in refugees. You know who does? The countries creating the refugees. The UK, the US, they have the space, they have the money, and they are the ones that are responsible for the wars. They created the refugees. So they have every legal and moral responsibility to take in those refugees. And claiming that Lebanon is going to be able to handle Syrian refugees better than the UK is bullshit. This is lunacy. Lebanon has nowhere near the same resources. People in Lebanon cannot even eat. There's an economic crisis. And again, who's behind that? Who's behind that? This is really nasty. So I'm just talking to you from a logical, ethical, moral point of view. Never mind the legal one. The legal one I've already given to you. The UK signed this. The UK has to respect it. End of story. It's not a debate. Whether you came by submarine, I don't care. You came from Guatemala, don't care, it makes no difference. You are entitled to seek asylum under international law. That's your right. You're a human being, you can seek asylum. End of story. I'm not discussing this. The Refugee Convention is very clear. That's it. And so this idea that they're going to save money is also disgusting, because they are going to make more money for their friends in the private sector. That's what this is all about. There's lots of money involved. Let me play you this clip. I think this is from Yvette Cooper, April 19th. Let's see what she has to say.
Money going to come from in order to fund this plan. She says she's going to save money on hotels, but the only reason we're paying a fortune in hotel costs is because the Home Office decision-making has totally collapsed. On her watch, Home Office are only taking 14,000 initial asylum decisions a year. That is half what they were doing 5 years ago, half. Taking fewer decisions than Belgium, Netherlands, Austria, never mind France and Germany. So the costs to the UK taxpayer have soared by hundreds of millions of pounds because she isn't capable of taking the basic asylum decisions. And because she's not capable of taking those decisions, she is trying to pay Rwanda to take those decisions instead. Whether people are refugees or not, whether they are victims of modern slavery or not, whether they have family in the UK, whether they've come from Afghanistan, Syria or even Ukraine. She is asking them to do the job that she is not capable of. She says it will deter boats and traffickers, but the Permanent Secretary says otherwise. He says there's no evidence of a deterrent effect, and there has been a total failure to crack down on criminal gangs that are at the heart of this problem. The prosecutions for human trafficking, for non-sexual exploitation, are down from 59 in 2015 to just 2 in 2020. Just 2. Well, the criminals won't be deterred because someone they exploited was sent to Rwanda. They don't give money-back guarantees, which means they lose money if their victims end up somewhere else instead. They will just spin more lies, and she is totally failing to crack down on those criminal gangs. So why not get on with her basic job instead? Properly crack down on human traffickers. Do the serious work with France and Belgium to prevent the boats setting off instead. She didn't even mention in this statement, and make decisions fast. Money.
Right, this is really important to understand, because the British government is saying, oh, we don't want poor refugees drowning in the Channel, as if they give a crap. They're using that as an excuse. If you don't want people getting in the boats, then set up a safe and legal route. And that's what I wanted to go back to this lie that he said before. Look what he said. He said that if people want to come to this country, we have they should do so through safe and legal routes. Again, take a look.
Everybody doing so is leaving what are inherently safe countries with fully functioning asylum systems. And if people want to come to this country, and we have a proud record of providing sanctuary here, they should do so through safe and legal routes. And we have
yeah, guess what? There are no safe and legal routes. Name one. Name one. There are no safe and legal routes. So again, you don't have to come through a safe and legal route. Whether you came by spaceship or a submarine or a boat to the UK, you have a right to seek asylum. End of story. But just to prove how they're such liars, they say you should come through a safe and legal route. There isn't one. The UK has no system in place to help refugees make applications or come to the UK to make applications, because again, you have to be on UK soil. The way this works is that if you want to apply, you're a refugee and you want to apply for refugee status in the UK, you have to come to the UK. You have to be on British soil. You can't walk into a British embassy. You can't do it from France. So they're basically saying, you have to come here to apply as a refugee, but how dare you come? What? This is so fucking dumb. I feel I'm going insane just having to explain it. It's so simple. It's such a clear lie and catch-22. It's really egregious. It's really egregious. And you can see that they don't want to take in refugees, because it's saying, why are you leaving behind all these countries with perfectly safe and legal systems? Why are you coming here? Leave us alone, man. Leave us alone. It's not our fault we bombed your country. It's not our fault we destroyed your country. Why are you coming here? Why are you coming here? I think a lot of people would like to know why the British came to their countries with guns. Why they went there to colonize and plunder and kill. How about you answer that question? Do you have an answer for that? Oh, protecting our borders, our shores. But fuck everybody else's borders and shores. And then, of course, Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, who, again, is in charge of not just extraditing Assange, but of dealing with this refugee crisis. And she's, of course, the architect of this whole plan to send refugees to Rwanda. Look at what she says. She says that asylum critics have no solutions. Really? They don't have any solutions. So, writing in the Times with the Rwandan foreign minister, she said they had proposed an innovative answer to the deadly trade of people smuggling. No, you haven't at all. The boats are still going to come to England, but you're just going to send people to Rwanda. So that means the smugglers still make money. They will make no less money. This is stupid. And then she says no humanitarian nation could allow that suffering to continue. A humanitarian nation would not create refugees in the first place. Just letting you know. I'm just going down to what she was saying, right? So I've gone through all of this with you. I've gone through how much money they're going to spend. We've covered all of this, but I just want to say one thing, that when she's claiming that the critics of her plan have no solutions, of course there's solutions. I've given you the best solutions. Don't bomb other countries. Stop sanctioning other countries. Stop creating refugees. And when refugees do come, give them a safe and legal route to the UK instead of complaining about them coming in boats when you're forcing them to come in the boats. So, that just the first three that I've told you, stop bombing, stop creating refugees. That would already fix the refugee crisis. Okay, there's not a refugee crisis. There's an imperialism crisis. Do you understand? And having refugees is a symptom of that. The root cause are the same people that are now demonizing refugees. But what do you expect? What do you expect? What do you expect? If they cared about these people, they wouldn't be, driving them from their homes in the first place. Now, I've seen this. I've seen this headline from The Independent, and they're saying that Home Office staff, so those who work under Priti Patel, Home Office staff threatened mutiny over Priti Patel's shameful Rwanda deal. Civil servants have expressed deep shame and suggest they could resist plans to ship refugees to Africa. Now, Home Office staff have threatened a mutiny over Priti Patel's plans to ship refugees to Rwanda, with one drawing comparisons to working for the Third Reich. Not too far off. In comments on an internal online notice board, employees expressed deep shame at the multi-million-pound deal the UK has signed with the East African nation, describing the plan to send asylum seekers 4,000 miles away to have their asylum claims processed as totally unethical. And again, let me be very clear. They're not sending refugees to Rwanda to have their applications processed. They're sending them there to be processed, and even when they're approved as refugees, they will keep them still in Rwanda. So you've come to the UK to apply there. You're recognized as a refugee. They want to ship you back, or ship you away rather, to Rwanda, because you'd still be you would be taken there already in the first place just to process the application, I guess, right? So they just keep you there. In comments, oh yes, I just read that to you. And so one anonymous civil servant said in the comments seen by Mail Plus, quote, "Do we have a responsibility to not just leave, but to organize and resist? We cannot simply wash our hands and walk away." Well, I guess at least some people in the Home Office have some empathy. Now here's the article from the Mail Plus, and another person wrote, quote, "I find the government proposal totally unethical and it impacts directly upon my work stream. As a civil servant, can I refuse this type of work in contravention of my own ethics?" I don't know about that, but it contravenes international law, not just your ethics. I'm just saying. In another online entry, a civil servant said that I've worked for the Home Office for 20 years. There's been some ups and downs in that time, but this announcement has made me feel deep shame and is the first time I'm considering my position here and whether I need to get out of this department. Another stated, "Can the permanent secretary and seniors give staff on any advice on coping with our conscience with these sorts of policies? I don't feel safe telling people I work for the Home Office anymore, and now just to make up nondescript role in another government department. when asked what I do for a job. And this is another quote. Somebody said, somewhere down the road, when the inevitable what went wrong with Rwandan outsourcing inquiry takes place, the Home Office cannot say that nobody spoke up at the time. We are speaking up. This is a bad idea. Don't do it. I think a lot of staff feel this way. Go on strike. And so the Mail Plus, they go on to say that the level of negativity in the Home Office is further evidence of the Home Secretary's own officials' attempts to undermine her efforts to tackle the channel crisis. I don't know how many times I have to repeat this, but you're not tackling anything. This is just a marketing ploy. They say, oh, we're cracking down on people smugglers and we fear for the safety of refugees. That is not going to stop anyone. They're just going to take people and then send them to Rwanda. So the crossings, the boat crossings are going to continue. The people smugglers are going to keep making money. It's not going to deter anybody. And the thing is that if they really wanted to stop people drowning and they really cared about their responsibility, their legal responsibility and obligation under the Refugee Convention, the UK would have safe and legal routes to get there. They would have something like, for example, a temporary visa solely, purely for asylum seekers, so that you, instead of having to cross the channel and risk drowning on a rubber dinghy, you would apply for this. You would be able to go to the UK safely and then wait for your claim to be processed. If you're a real refugee, you'll be given refugee status. If you're not, you will have to go home. There's nothing unfair or controversial about that. That's the sane, rational thing to do. That is how you should be processing refugee applications. Asylum seekers should be treated with dignity. Because let me remind you something. The majority of people that crossed the channel last year in these boats were given refugee status. That means that the British government, which Priti Patel is in, recognized them as genuine refugees. So this idea that, oh, this is just being used by people to sneak into the UK. No, the majority of them are real fucking refugees. They're fleeing war. They have genuine reason to seek asylum. And they've been recognized as such by the British government. So this nonsense that people are like trying to... I don't even understand that thing. Like, how dare they seek a better life? But it's not that. They're genuine refugees. So let me show another clip from the Commons with Priti Patel speaking. Let's take a look at what she had to say.
Rwanda is not just a safe country, but it's a safe country that has been recognised by UNHCR and the EU, both of whom have resettled individuals to Rwanda. Rwanda is not just a...
What? Do you hear what she just said? Did she just say that the EU has resettled refugees in Rwanda? I'm sorry, guys, but I've never heard of an EU country resettling refugees in Rwanda. I'm not sure what she's talking about. Now, let me be very clear. If you come to a country as a refugee, sometimes they have something called a resettlement scheme. So, for example, you could go and seek asylum in Australia, and the Australian government, they view your application, they see you're a genuine refugee, they give you refugee status, and you might end up not actually staying in Australia, but being accepted in the United States, for example, right? So the United States will basically share the load. I'm just giving an example here, but it's true that you have people that have been granted refugee status in Australia and then gone to the US as part of resettlement. So that is a thing. But I've never heard of the EU resettling refugees in Rwanda. I'm not sure if she's telling the truth with that, honestly. I'm not sure about that one. All of this just to say one thing. That even the people who, for some reason or another, they have such hatred for, foreigners. You cannot deny these basic facts. The United Kingdom signed and helped author the Refugee Convention. It has a legal responsibility to abide by this convention, and that means processing refugees and if they are processing asylum seekers, and if they are found to be genuine refugees, to give them asylum. And sending them to Rwanda is in violation of that obligation. The UK is breaking its obligations under international law. And saying you're going to send people to Rwanda is not going to stop people from trying to get to the UK. You will still have people drowning. And the only real way to fix this is by offering people safe and legal routes. There are currently no safe and legal routes, as they claim. Now, again, if you're seeking asylum, it is presumed, it is in the Refugee Convention, that you will be arriving by irregular means. You know why? Because people that are leaving their fucking home in a war zone don't exactly have the lavish capacities and money and resources to arrive safely to wherever it is they're seeking asylum, in case that wasn't obvious. So it is very clear that refugees will arrive by irregular means. That's a given. So whether you come through a legal route, whatever the hell that means, or you don't, you still have a right to seek asylum. There is no such thing as an illegal asylum seeker. Seeking asylum is a legal process that you initiate, okay? Any human being can go and seek asylum in a signatory of the UN Refugee Convention. That's a legal process. There's nothing illegal about it. That sounds so ridiculous. It's an oxymoron. So whether you came by a parachute, a spaceship, irrelevant. And the UK knows this. And the majority of people who came last year across the channel were genuine refugees. So I don't know why they're risking their lives. They should give them safe and legal routes like they claim they have. I don't know what they are. And if they're really serious about breaking up the people smugglers and saving people's lives, that's how you should do it. But they're not serious, and they just want to make money for their friends. That's what this is all about. Giving private contractors, foreign governments money to do their work for them. And then, of course, they make people suffer for no reason. This is really bad. Just look at what happened in Australia with the offshore detention centers. Thank you very much. Tony says, toss a coin to your mods, y'all. And then Crazy Puppet says, tip. Well, in any case, I have a crab dance for you because we've just got somebody who joined. This is Lara. Thank you, Lara. And thank you also to Shirley for signing up on Patreon. And thank you to Mohammed as well. I appreciate it very much. And here's a crab dance for you. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
After we lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have two number 9s. Number 9 lords. We got him. I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right, guys. Lovely. Again, I'm so grateful to you for subscribing. I don't know when you guys subscribed. Some of you might have been here since the beginning, which is not that long ago, actually. You know, alhamdulillah, we're doing well. And thank you to everybody who's new here and who's newly subscribed. It's kind of crazy to think that the majority of you are new to the channel. So everything that I've done before, my coverage on Assange, on the Iran nuclear deal, you might not be familiar with it. That's crazy to me. That's really crazy. So actually, I'm going to be repeating myself a lot because the bulk of you don't know this stuff. So yeah. Chris, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it very much. And we should thank Claudia also for the new crab dance. You can see Maduro dancing there. Let me just check over here 1 second. Thank you to Alexi for the donation on PayPal. I appreciate it very much. And again, I have to plug the show, so I'm going to do that right now. If you want, you can send a one-time donation on PayPal or CashApp with a question or a comment, and I'll read it out. And of course, if you want to support the show monthly, you can do that on Patreon. I'd be very grateful. Thank you, guys. And I'll just put the screen up so you can see it. I think right now, Claudia updated the thermometer. We have Biden sniffing Biden hugging and sniffing a thermometer, and here's the latest one, although it's slightly outdated. I think we're at 827. In any case, this is where we're at, and we are growing by the day. So thank you to everybody who's signing up. Our goal is to hit 850, and we are more than halfway there. We are now, I think, at 827. So we just need about 23 of you to sign up on Patreon, and then we'll hit the goal, and I appreciate it very much. So I think we covered all the main stories. I don't know if there was anything else that happened, breaking news while I was live, but I think we covered all the main stories that there are. And Vero says, you changed the crab dance again. I love the Macron slap. By the way, the French elections are in, well, now it's in one day because the clock just went past midnight. So let me explain something to you with the French elections. I wanted to cover this, but I don't know what I'm waiting for. I guess I should do it now. So let's just do it now. I just need to put these clips together. There was something with Mélenchon, and he was saying, Élisez-moi Premier Ministre, which is, basically saying, elect me as Prime Minister. And I think I found the clip. That was fast.
Je suis venu ce soir.
Very good. So again, this is very brief. I wanted to sit down and spend a bit more time going through this. But you guys know that tomorrow the French will have the final runoff vote for their presidential elections. And it's Marine Le Pen versus Emmanuel Macron, who's the incumbent. And it's basically the far right versus the right. Although in some aspects, I think many people in France, particularly young people on the left, would say they're both far right. In any case, they're indistinguishable enough that a lot of young people in France, especially those who support Mélenchon, who view themselves on the left, are sick of this runoff vote and will not be voting. And the real candidate on the left is Jean-Luc Mélenchon, and his party is La France Insoumise, which means the insubmissive France, right? And he was razor thin. I mean, this close to going to the runoff vote against Macron. I'm not kidding. He lost by 1%. I mean, I expected him to do okay, but not that well. I'm pleasantly surprised. That is crazy. So it was a razor thin margin. And now he's proposed something interesting because he's been knocked out effectively from the final round. And he's proposed something interesting. He's saying that the French should elect him as prime minister for what is called la cohabitation. Now, I just realized this video is in French and I didn't find one with subtitles. So I hope I can dig one up very quickly with subtitles. But his idea is that the power in France should be shared. And this is, of course, going back to, the traditional thinking that there should be a system where it's not all the power concentrated in the hands of the president, and even if they're not in the same parties, you could have the president from one party, in this case Macron, for example, or Marine Le Pen, who knows, and then the prime minister from another party, right? And so all of this depends on the legislative elections, on the parliamentary elections, which will take place in 2 months in June. And so his bid, what he's saying to the French is, elect me as your prime minister. Go out and vote during the legislative elections in 2 months, and we will make a huge change because we will have what is called, again, la cohabitation. You have basically the president from one government, from one party, and the prime minister from another. It's basically like, for example, if you have Biden as the Democrats controlling the White House and the House, and then Republicans controlling the Senate. I'm giving you a very rudimentary example here, but that's his bid. And let me play the video. I'm afraid I couldn't find one with English subtitles, but I'll try and translate without talking over him too much. Let's go.
Je suis venu ce soir vous dire.
I think you should be able to hear the audio. Just 1 second. There you go.
Une chose. Je demande aux Français de m'élire Premier ministre. Je leur demande, pour m'élire Premier ministre, d'élire une majorité de députés insoumis. Insoumis et Union populaire. Et j'appelle tous ceux qui veulent rejoindre l'Union populaire, c'est-à-dire l'essentiel de son programme, à se joindre à nous pour cette belle bataille. Il y a donc un troisième tour. Il n'y a pas seulement un deuxième tour. Il y a un troisième tour. Regardons.
So he's saying there aren't just 2 rounds in this election. right, which we had the first vote and then the final runoff vote tomorrow with Macron, Le Pen. He's saying it's not just 2 rounds, there are 3 rounds. And he's talking about the legislatives.
Bien. Telle qu'est la situation aujourd'hui, l'Union populaire est en tête dans 105 circonscriptions du pays, c'est-à-dire 20% d'entre elles. Et nous sommes au 2e tour, avec les résultats qu'il y a là, dans les circonscriptions, dans plus de 420 circonscriptions. Ce qui veut dire que c'est possible, parce que nous avons un modèle d'élection législative, lui aussi aberrant, qui est le suffrage universel à 2 tours, et qu'il faut faire 12,5 pour être présent au 2e tour. Monsieur Toussaint, les calculs que nous avons faits, nous les avons faits sans compter les circonscriptions où on ne fait pas 12,5 aujourd'hui. Si bien que je le dis, si on veut, on peut.
Si on veut, on peut. Basically, when you want to do it, everything's possible. And I think he makes a very, very compelling argument. He's basically saying that, look, we have to get together, and everybody who's serious about coming together as a real political force, this is your chance. This is the chance. Don't think that the game is over because it's going to be Macron, Le Pen. He's really right. I'm telling you, the guy is correct. Obviously, if possible, it would have been nice to have him as the president. His program is very comprehensive, and we went through it on the channel. Go look at the video I made on the French elections last week. But you can still get a lot of things done in the French political system if you have someone like Mélenchon, if you have someone like La France Insoumise winning in a landslide during the legislatives. And I don't think it's wishful thinking. I think this is a very good way to basically recuperate, to gather together everybody who feels disenfranchised by this choice between shit and shit. Because si on est honnête, c'est effectivement ça le choix. This is really the choice that's being proposed to the French in a nutshell. It's really not that attractive. It's, again, I'm going to say how crazy this is that he was this close to winning the election. I'm just going to pull up the results again for you so you can see. Because we were watching them live together. But here, you can just see the result from Google. Look at that. Look, this is crazy. Mélenchon, 22%. Marine Le Pen, 23.1%. So he basically lost by literally 1.2%. That is the definition of razor thin, you know? It really is. But it's not over. It's not over. And look at this video that Mélenchon posted on Twitter. And look at the caption. He says, moment fort au Festival du Livre. La jeunesse du pays prépare le 3e tour des élections législatives les 12 et 19 juin. So he's basically saying the youth are getting ready for the 3rd round of legislative elections on the 12th and 19th of June. So this is the spirit that's being adopted now. This is the mentality, and I think it's a positive one, because usually in a case where it's like, again, I'm going to make a very crude comparison here, but in a situation in America where you have Bernie Sanders who loses the Democratic primary, like, that's really game over, because they're screwing this guy 3 ways to Sunday. Like, he didn't even get a cabinet position. You know, Pete Buttigieg and all these other guys who got behind Biden, they got rewarded with cabinet positions, and other lowly positions. I think Buttigieg is now the transport secretary, just mundane things like this. But nevertheless, they're given some position of power. Bernie Sanders, they're just like, screw you and screw you again. And that's really game over. In this case, you do have the people. I mean, just seriously, look at these results. This is really split 3 ways: 27, 23, and 22. So I wouldn't negate this and downplay the importance of it. You have a lot of people that feel disenfranchised by choosing between Macron, Le Pen, and their option is to go with Mélenchon et La France Insoumise in June during the parliamentary elections. And I want to show you here another tweet from Mélenchon. He says that s'il y a une majorité des députés de l'Union populaire, il y aura un premier ministre de l'Union populaire. Les pouvoirs du Premier ministre sont considérables, je les rappelle. And so he's saying if there's a majority of representatives under the Union populaire, you will have a prime minister stemming from that. And the powers that you have as a prime minister in France are considerable, right? This is what a prime minister in France can do under the constitution. So sur la proposition du Premier ministre, le président nomme les autres membres du gouvernement. This is Article 8 of the French Constitution, and it means that it is under the recommendations of the Prime Minister that the President will name and pick the cabinet members, right? So that's a huge role, because usually in the US, if I can again draw a crude example, you know, Biden wins the presidency and he gets to pick his cabinet. No one is telling him or advising him. In France, it's a little bit different, right? So Mélenchon is just reminding people that the Prime Minister does have considerable leverage. And the next thing he says, le gouvernement détermine et conduit la politique de la nation. So again, this is part of the idea that it's not just Macron who can run the country to his liking. You have someone like Mélenchon, the government will really be choosing and directing the direction that the country goes in. So shouldn't forget that. He says, the one in red says, le Premier ministre dirige l'action du gouvernement, Article 21. Again, this means the Prime Minister will direct and shall we say, and guide the actions of the government. The one in green, Article 21, il assure l'exécution des lois, exerce le pouvoir réglementaire. So this means that the Prime Minister in France will make sure that the laws are applied. Article 21 underneath in pink says, il est responsable de la défense nationale. Again, the Prime Minister is responsible for the nation's defense. And I think this is very important for people to understand, because people are used to the idea that, well, you have a president in a country and that's it. They get to choose everything and do everything they want. Power sharing can be very effective in France if you have cohabitation. So I think what you will see is a lot of the people that were disenfranchised, young people on the left, they will come out in bigger numbers in June. That's just my guess. I have a feeling that's going to be the case. And I think that's a real chance to correct, to course correct the really abysmal, dismal choice that people are being faced with tomorrow between Macron and Le Pen. There's a real chance to course correct here. So, best of luck to Mélenchon, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Again, my gut feeling, a lot of young people will come out from the left, especially during the legislatives in June. Just want to... It's funny because for me, looking back at all of this, because when I was in school, they taught us, we did everything. Première République, Deuxième République, because France is a series of republics, basically, right? Right now is the Fifth Republic. And Mélenchon's idea was to create a Sixth Republic. And what that means is you make a new constitution, a brand new one. And that's not, again, like I said, it's nothing new. That might sound like controversial in somewhere like the US. But in France, it's not controversial, really, because the Fifth Republic is what? It's just post-World War II, right? So not that long ago, barely 50, 60 years old. And France is in its Fifth Republic right now. So it's not that controversial to say, I want to create a new constitution and a new republic thereby. Which would include, of course, a lot of the things that we talked about, and be much more, we could say, democratic and socialist in nature, right? This is funny. If you go on gouvernement.fr, so this is the French government site, they even outline what the Prime Minister does, right? So these are all the things that I just read to you that Mélenchon had pointed out here. So yeah, it's no joke. It's not like some ceremonial role, because in a country like Germany, where the chancellor is in charge of everything, or Austria, the president is really like just a symbolic. The president doesn't do anything. In France, it's different. You can have the president and both the prime minister wielding lots of power. In any case. Daniel says Bernie was cheated by the Dems. Of course he was. We talked about that a lot. Of course he was. That was really crappy. And I read some again, don't quote me on this, but I read something yesterday that he's considering a third run in 2024 if Biden doesn't run. Biden's definitely going to run, or Kamala, and Bernie won't stand a chance. If anybody supports Bernie in 2024, they need to get slapped, figuratively, of course, not literally. Figuratively. Like, wake up, man. Wake up. Don't fall for this again. Don't fall for it. Like, the first time you could forgive him, in a sense, because we saw the emails, we saw how they screwed him. You could maybe have some understanding. But after the second time, I'm sorry. No. Jam Chick says, can Richard be in danger for his position? I hope not. No, inshallah, everything will be okay. And Nadia says, it doesn't matter who the Democrats put up in 2024, they're going to lose. Are you talking, you're talking about the presidential, right? I don't know, honestly. I think the if you're going to talk about midterms, yeah, I have a sense, I have a feeling that they're going to get, you're going to have the same thing under Obama. Again, it's just my speculation. It's not based on anything. It's just my speculation. I think that what you're going to have is the Democrats being kicked out, losing their majority, their super majority, I should say. Because in the United States, you have something called the super majority when one party controls the White House, Congress, and the Senate. And that's what you have right now. Of course, Biden is president. The Democrats control the House. And in the Senate, Kamala Harris, because she's vice president, under the Constitution, the vice president has the role of tiebreaker in the eventuality where it's evenly split. And that's the case. And so by virtue of having the tiebreaker role, which is really cutting, really close, the Democrats have a supermajority, but only barely, right? And so I don't know about the Senate, but I think in terms of, I don't know about the presidential elections in 2024, but let me remind you, the United States is a country that elected Bush twice. Anything can happen. I say that with a pinch of salt, though, because when we say people elected Bush, do they really have it say? It's not like, I don't know, man. I feel like you don't really elect anyone in the U.S. They're chosen, and at the end of the day, let's assume that you really do get to choose the president. You're not really choosing because you're being given crap and crap. So it's just crap at the end of the day. Whatever button you push or lever you pull, it's the same result, really. And that's especially true if you look at the foreign policy, but really same domestically too. I mean, Republicans and Democrats are indistinguishable. Again, I feel like this is one of those things that I should have to say because it's so obvious, but then I remember that most of you are new here. I'm not saying you don't know this, but I mean, it's not repetitive for me to say it because most of the subscribers here are new. So my point is that Democrats and Republicans, they're the same crap. I mean, these are people that went to school together. They have lunch together. They're best friends. You know, that video of Lindsey Graham saying Joe Biden is one of the best persons. What did he say again? If you don't like Joe Biden, there's something wrong with you. There's some video in a car. I'll show it to you. But they love each other. And you see that with Dick Cheney coming to the House and all these Democrats lining up to shake his hand, and George Bush. Like, they love each other. There's no difference between Democrats, Republicans. It's rubbish. And that's why I find it so funny when you watch Fox News. Do you know why I hate Fox News? Again, Tucker Carlson does some good anti-war stuff, but that's the only good stuff he does. The rest I'm not so keen on. You know, like he said, the metric system is like some conspiracy against America. What the fuck are you? No. He couldn't even pronounce kilogram. He said it's kilogram. Jesus. Look, man, if you can't pronounce kilogram, maybe you shouldn't be talking about the metric system. In any case, his anti-war stuff, when he does that, like he has Glenn on, that's great. I love that. That's proper. Good. But my point is when I don't turn on Fox News. I mean, figuratively, when you turn on Fox News and you see what they're talking about, I hate it because it's like, oh, the left and the left. What fucking left? What left? I'm dying to know what this fucking left is that you're talking about. There is no left in America. You have right-wing Republican Party and right-wing Democrat Party. That's it. They're both right-wing. There's no fucking left in America. You have some people, you have some organizations in the US that are left, but when you're talking about power centers in the United States, there are none that are left. This is a joke. And that's what annoys me because it's so stupid. And you know, they always complain about stupid shit. Like then again, the anti-war stuff that you'll see from Tucker Carlson sometimes, that's good. But the other stuff, it's like just, it's meaningless bollocks. They don't talk about anything of substance, you know? And I'm not just talking about Fox News. I mean, generally, like on the so-called right, the American right, which again, what does that mean? You know, they're more concerned with things like, I don't know, like, just trivial things. I don't have any examples off the top of my head right now, but you know, they're more focused on superficial, trivial things, and for me that indicates, once again, it proves my point that you don't have any real difference, because if there was an opposition, in this case, you would consider Republicans an opposition because they don't control the House, the Senate, or the presidency. Just logically, when you're talking about the system, they're the opposition, right? So if you had a real opposition, they would be opposing policies and on a substantive level. They don't oppose policies. They don't oppose NATO expansion. They don't. I mean, they don't oppose, you know, the greed, the control that corporations have. It's fundamentally the same thing, really. Even if they offer lip service, sometimes it's only that. It's just lip service. It's not something that presents a fundamental threat. You know why? Because they wouldn't be in Washington in the first place. So for me, and I think a lot of people who are starting to wake up to this, and who perhaps understand now what I mean, you really don't have a choice in that sense. Just like you don't have a choice between, you know, Tories and Labour. It's the same shit. I played you a clip earlier of Yvette Cooper speaking about Priti Patel, and yeah, you'll let me tell you another example. You'll see Keir Starmer talking about Partygate. Like, oh, Boris Johnson, you broke your own COVID rules. And yes, he's right to say that. But this is an opportunity for the Labour Party to appear like they're opposing the Conservatives. But on everything else, they're like this. And they're fucking bastards. Because every single one of these disgusting legislations, like giving undercover police the right to spy on people and torture them. And I'm not kidding. Like, this is so insane. It sounds like a conspiracy theory. It's not. It's an open... You just go on Google and look up the legislation. I covered it on the channel. There's this thing called the Spy Cops Bill, or it's nicknamed the Spy Cops Bill. And they basically said that if you're an undercover agent in the UK, not police, not just police, like even from the gambling or food governmental bodies, so things that are, I don't really see why they need these powers. If you're an undercover agent, you can torture, you can kill, you can rape. And then you had amendments that were proposed to remove this shit because it's outrageous. You're basically giving undercover agents a fucking license to rape people, literally. And then those amendments were shot down. They fucking removed them. And it's like, no, we want undercover agents to rape and torture people. What the fuck? And this gets approved. This is a law. And the Labour Party did nothing to oppose this, right? The other one is giving British troops immunity from prosecution for war crimes after 5 years. So if you're a British soldier and you murdered someone in cold blood or you tortured them and nobody complains for 5 years, they're not allowed to sue you anymore. The British government won't prosecute you for war crimes or genocide or crimes against humanity. Like, this is the kind of outrageous shit that they've been approving. And again, it's suggested by the Tories, by the Conservatives, and then the Labour Party let it through. I've just given you two examples. We can look at other ones like, you know, the Kill the Bill protests where the name is much longer. It's Police, Crimes, Sentencing, and Courts Bill. And that one basically allows the police to come and shut down a protest whenever they like, even if it's one person. You know, it's all sorts of authoritarian shit. And there's no opposition to this stuff. But with the Partygate, yeah, this gives them an opportunity to have like this superficial opposition. It's ridiculous. Anyway, in that sense, both the UK and the US, they're quite similar where you don't really have a choice. And I wish I was joking about these laws, but you know, you can go look up the videos that I made. I explain these quite in depth and quite in detail. And there's of course something else with the Nationality and Borders Bill. God, I'm losing count. Like, there's so many of them. They're so bad. In any case, guys, again, I'm going to annoy you. I'm going to nag you. Please make sure you've subscribed on Telegram because we have to have a backup. I feel like they're going to ban me any day. No, I mean, I hope not. God forbid. But here's the Telegram. Telegram is basically an app, and it's a messaging app. And you download it, and you subscribe to my channel, and you will receive updates whenever I go live. I basically just send you a link. So, hey guys, I'm live. Here's a link. Hey guys, I uploaded a video. Here's the video. Because you might be subscribed on YouTube, but YouTube, they don't tell you always. They don't always give you a notification. This happens all the time. People tell me, I never got notified about the live stream. I didn't know you published this video. So with Telegram, you will know. And the other option is if you prefer email, you don't want to download any apps, there's the newsletter on Substack. So it looks like this. It's richardmedhurst.substack.com. You just put in your email and hit subscribe. That's it. End of story. All the links are in the chat, so don't worry. You don't have to memorize any of this. And you guys asked me also to make alternatives to YouTube on Rumble, Odyssey, and Rockfin. So these are basically they're video websites like YouTube. You just go and watch my videos there. And it's free. All of this is free. Everything I'm telling you here is free. So you guys told me to make a channel on Rumble and Odyssey. That's done. So you just go rumble.com/RichardMedhurst and you'll find the channel. I think we covered all the top stories, right? Was there anything that we missed? I saw some more videos of Israelis tear gassing Palestinians. You know, I'm speechless. I'm like, wait, is this from today? They did it again? Or is this from yesterday or the day before that? They're doing this like almost every single day, just going into the Al-Aqsa Mosque and tear gassing people. It's so disgusting, you know? In any case, thank you to everybody who's supporting the show. We've got a donation here on PayPal. This is from Vero, merci. It says merci d'avoir parlé de Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Love the new crab dance. Hashtag Mélenchon Premier Ministre. Well, it's my pleasure. Et ça fait plaisir de te voir, Vero. Merci beaucoup. And Vero was kind enough to sign up on Patreon, and so was Paul. So thank you very much to Paul and Vero, and I'll play you guys the crab dance now with Macron getting slapped. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have two number 9s. Number 9 Lord. We got him. I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why you take that? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
There we go. Hello. Thank you very much. I see we are now at 828. Not bad. We're on the way. And again, thank you to everybody supporting the channel. Even if you just like the video, this is supporting the channel. Commenting is supporting the channel. Watching the video is supporting the channel. So thank you for that. And of course, you must immediately tell all your friends and family to go subscribe. I'm joking. I just saw somebody on Twitter who was saying that they took their husband's phone and got them to subscribe to the channel. You're very kind. I appreciate it. So I was thinking of talking a bit more about Assange just very quickly. Just to tell you that, you know, nothing's changed really in terms of his status. He's still a political prisoner, unfortunately. But we've had a letter that's been published by I think who signed this? I think Reporters Without Borders and a whole bunch of journalistic organizations and 19 organizations. Here's the letter. This is from Reporters Without Borders, which is okay. So I'll read it to you just very quickly, okay? So again, nothing's changed with Assange. He's still a political prisoner, and if you want to understand who Assange is and why he's in prison and what he's being threatened with, why the United States want to extradite him from the UK, I've covered his extradition hearings, his extradition case since 2020. I'm one of the only journalists doing it, and you can find everything on the channel here. There's a playlist for the extradition hearing from 2020, then the High Court hearings from 2021, and then, of course, all the latest developments with the UK issuing the order to extradite him. Now, this is a letter that's just been published from Reporters Without Borders, and it's addressed to the Home Secretary, the UK Home Secretary Priti Patel, because in the United Kingdom, if you are about to be extradited, the person who has the final say that must sign the extradition order is the Home Secretary, and in this case, it's Priti Patel. So that's why this letter has been addressed to her, and it says the RSF joins 19 organizations in urging Home Secretary Patel to reject Assange extradition. That's Priti Patel right there. So Reporters Without Borders have joined 19 organizations to urge her to reject the US government's request to extradite journalist and WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange. These groups, representing press freedom, free expression, and journalists' organizations, have also requested a meeting with Patel to discuss concerns in the case. So just before I read you the letter, I just want to make clear that Assange's lawyers have 4 weeks now to make submissions to Patel to try and convince her to stop the extradition. So that's why people are saying you should write to her. They're urging members of the public, constituents, to write to Priti Patel, to her office, and to ask her to kindly please stop the extradition. So this is the letter. It says, "Dear Home Secretary, we, the undersigned press freedom, free expression, and journalists' organizations are writing to express our serious concern regarding the possibility of extradition of WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange to the United States and to ask you to reject the US government's extradition request. We also request a meeting with you to discuss these points further. In March, the Supreme Court refused to consider Mr. Assange's appeal against the High Court decision, which overturned the district court ruling barring extradition on mental health grounds." Now, again, for those of you who have no knowledge of how the courts work, this sounds like gibberish to you. Again, I'll explain this very simply. The United States wants to extradite Assange from the UK. The first court, the district court, said no. You can't extradite him because US prisons are bad and he'll commit suicide. The United States said, okay, we're going to take this and appeal it in the High Court. When it went to the High Court, Assange lost. The High Court said, no, you can extradite him because the United States gave these assurances they will treat Assange well. They believed these assurances. And then Assange said, you know what, I'm going to go to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, no, we don't want to hear your case. So now it's bounced all the way back to the lower court. The lower court has no choice but to send this to Priti Patel to sign it and extradite Assange. So that's where we're at right now, okay? So we are deeply disappointed with this decision, given the high public interest in this case, which deserved review by the highest court in the land. However, it is now in your hands to decide whether to approve or reject Mr. Assange's extradition to the US. The undersigned organizations urge you to act in the interest of press freedom and journalism by refusing extradition and immediately releasing Mr. Assange from prison, where he has remained on remand for 3 years, despite the great risks posed to his mental and physical health. So again, Assange is in Belmarsh prison. This is a Category A maximum security prison in London. I've been outside. I filmed some videos on the channel, and it's the worst of the worst, right? They usually put people from Al-Qaeda in this prison. So that should kind of give you an idea of how serious this is, that they're putting a journalist, a non-violent journalist, in a maximum security prison. And he's not serving a sentence, right? They're just keeping him there. They won't let him out on house arrest. So that shows you this is very, very political. In the US, Mr. Assange would face trial on 17 counts under the Espionage Act and 1 count under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, which combined could see him in prison for up to 175 years. He is highly likely to be detained there in conditions of isolation or solitary confinement, despite the US government's assurances, which would severely exacerbate his risk of suicide. So again, this is absolutely true because I was in the court when the US lawyers were arguing that, you know, special administrative measures, which is what they call these isolating conditions, yeah, this is totally fine and it's not bad, and you know, there's nothing wrong about it, and Assange won't, you know, he won't have any adverse health effects from it, and now they're singing a different tune. So after they lost the case, the US is like, yeah, we promise we won't put him in there. I can tell you, I don't believe them, and neither should you. Further, Mr. Assange would be unable to adequately defend himself in the US courts, as the Espionage Act lacks a public interest defense. Right? So what that means is Assange, you know, the things he published are in the public interest, right? He showed that multiple governments, the US government, their allies, were killing civilians. They were kidnapping and torturing people with the CIA. You know, all sorts of crimes. I can't go through the whole list because it's ridiculously enormous. So this is about Afghanistan, about Iraq, about Guantanamo Bay also. And so this is in the public interest. This is high quality. This is like the best of the best journalism that you could possibly get. And the thing is, if you're charged as a spy in the United States under the Espionage Act, you have no right to go before the court and say, well, I did this because it's in the interest of the public. You're not allowed to do that. And, you know, Daniel Ellsberg, who was also, he did the Pentagon Papers with the New York Times, where they showed what all the naughty stuff the US was doing in Vietnam, to put it mildly. He also testified during Assange's hearing, and he said that meaning Ellsberg, I was also not allowed to give a public interest defense, and neither has anyone since. They don't care. There's no explaining why you did this and why it was good for the public. They don't care. They're not going to let you do that. So his prosecution would set a dangerous precedent that could be applied to any media outlet that published stories based on leaked information, or indeed any journalist, publisher, or source anywhere in the world. This is true, right? Because again, Assange is Australian. He's never lived or worked in the US. He's in the UK. And so the US is trying to take an Australian man in the United Kingdom, bring him to the United States, and try him as a spy. I mean, if they set this precedent, then they'll do it to anybody, right? The letter continues, we ask you, the Home Secretary, to honor the UK government's commitment to protecting and promoting media freedom and reject the US extradition request. We ask you to release Mr. Assange from Belmarsh prison and allow him to return to his young family after many years of isolation. Finally, we ask you to publicly commit to ensuring that no publisher, journalist, or source ever again faces detention in the UK for publishing information in the public interest. We request to schedule a meeting at your earliest convenience and would be grateful for a prompt response. So I think this is good because it puts a lot of the important points in there. And obviously, there are too many to go over. This is really an extraordinary case. It really is. I've gone through all of these points at one time or another throughout my reporting. So again, if you're interested, go look at the playlist on the YouTube channel. It's in chronological order, so you can follow everything that's happened literally day by day, and I'll explain the whole case to you. But these are some of the main points that you have to understand. So this is the latest development. Again, we'll see what happens. I'm not holding out much hope. I don't think Priti Patel is going to save Assange. I think she will okay the extradition, unfortunately. But we'll see what submissions his defense make and where the legal process goes from here. So just a moment. We have a couple of donations. This is from Ava. Thank you very much, Ava. I appreciate the donation on PayPal, and we also have Riza, who's just joined on Patreon. Everybody show Riza some love. I'll play you a crab dance, and we'll be right back.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have two number 9s. The number 9 lords. We got him. I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why you take that? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much. And if you're new here, welcome to the channel. That is funny because obviously a lot of you are new here, and it never dawned on me that I have to repeat a lot of these things, because I think we were at something crazy, more than double the number of subscribers. So again, thank you and welcome to the channel. I hope you're enjoying everything. This is your spot for all things international news and Middle East and US politics. And I think, again, I just read you this letter, and you know very well they're threatening Assange with 175 years. Like, you know what's crazy to me? That this is not only very undemocratic and hypocritical, but even when they say like, oh, well, in Iran and Syria and North Korea, there's no press freedoms. I've never heard of a journalist being threatened with 175 years in those countries, right? So they're not only hypocrites, but they're even worse than the people that they lecture. They, meaning the British establishment, the American political establishment, right? Like you hear all this stuff about how evil China is and how evil Russia is. Dude, what is this? Like, again, I've seen Assange many times in the court, and they have him caged up like some animal, and they're killing him slowly. They're ruining his mental and physical health. For what? For what? They treat him worse than the criminals that he exposed, right? Like that video where you see this American helicopter shooting Reuters journalists in Baghdad and killing Iraqi civilians. Like, the people in the helicopter who were laughing while they were killing Iraqis, they've never been punished, but they punish Assange for releasing the video. Do you see how it's upside down? The criminal is free, the war criminals are free, and the person who exposed the crime is punished. It's ridiculous. This is completely illegal and unfair. And And that's just one video, by the way, right? But you see, this is the thing, when you are doing journalism like Assange, they want you in prison because they want to stop you from doing your job, from doing your work. So that's the whole idea behind it. And that's what happens in the West, right? If you challenge the official narrative, it could be on Iraq, it could be on Ukraine, it could be on Israel. They attack you and they smear you and they try to destroy your reputation and they lie about you and they try to put you in jail and they do all sorts of things. So they have, let me explain this. In the West, they say they have freedom of speech and freedom of the press. But the thing is, if you do actually exercise your freedom of speech, and especially as a journalist, you start challenging the government in a way that they don't like, you will see very quickly there's no freedom of press. They're not going to come to you and say your journalism is illegal and we don't like what you're publishing. They're not going to say that, but they will invent something else and use that as an excuse to put you in prison, right? So with Assange, they don't... I saw them in the court. I saw the prosecutors in the court say this. They said, we're not prosecuting Assange because he released the collateral murder video. So the collateral murder video is where you see the American helicopter shooting at the Iraqi civilians and they're laughing. They say, we're not prosecuting him because of that. We're prosecuting him because he released the rules of engagement, which is like, again, the rules of engagement is... here, let me see if it's on the WikiLeaks website. It probably is, right? Of course. Here it is. So this was released in 2008. This is the file that they're punishing him for. The U.S. rules of engagement for Iraq. And it basically outlines... It includes rules about mosque attacks and detention of imams and cross-border incursions, including Iran and Syria, the use of mines and riot control agents, terrorist targeting. So it's basically a document that is meant only for American soldiers and how they should behave and conduct themselves in Iraq. And the prosecutors in court, they say we're prosecuting Assange because he published this document, and this is it's a secret, it's a special document. This is a bullshit excuse. They want to get him because he's exposing their crimes, not because of some fucking pamphlet, okay? Because when he published this, he also published the video showing you them how the U.S. troops are gunning down in the Apache helicopter. They're shooting at the Iraqis and laughing about it, and that's really fucking embarrassing. This is not embarrassing. It's just rules of engagement. It's a boring bloody manual that contains no... I mean, it's of course very interesting, but compared to the video, more people know the video than this. But in the court, they use this as the excuse. And then, of course, I'm not going to get into the other things with Assange and before the extradition hearing, but I'm sure you will know. They try to go after you in different ways, right? So they try to destroy his reputation and say, oh, he's not a journalist, he's a hacker. Oh, he did this and that. Oh, he's evading the law, blah, blah, blah. And so that's how they go after journalists in the West. They don't openly say we're arresting you for your journalism. They make up some other bullshit and then they make sure you can't do your work. And it's the same result. It's the same result. They just frame it and package it differently. So people are not aware, right? So people don't understand what's really going on, which is authoritarianism and an attack on the press. And it's not just Assange. Assange is one example, but there are of course many other examples. And right now in this climate, if you say something that doesn't fit the official narrative with Ukraine, they say, oh, you're a Russian propagandist. You're being controlled by the Kremlin. Putin is apparently right behind, out of frame. He has a gun to my head. They make up this ridiculous crap that you're basically, you're incapable of rational thought. You have to be bought. You're compromised. You don't have any principles. And so again, they try to smear you. And I don't need to explain to you what's happening, of course, in Ukraine and Latvia. People being picked up and silenced, So I don't think the West is in any moral position. They have any high ground to be lecturing others about, democracy or freedom of the press. When the West really has freedom of the press, then be my guest and lecture everybody else. When you actually really have it, you don't have it. We don't have it. If we did have it, Assange would not be in prison. End of story. And he's one example. I say him because I'm covering his case. So obviously I will always reference his case as the benchmark because I have, that this is my professional, this is my field of expertise, if I may say so, and what I've reported on. And it also happens to be one of the most prominent cases, but it's by no means, it's by no means an isolated case. By no means. Because when you're seeing things like the changes that they're trying to make, the proposed changes in the UK to the Official Secrets Act, meaning that you publish something the government doesn't like, they want to throw you in jail. This is, again, it's part of the same trend. And it doesn't have to be just about landing people in jail. Even just saying like, oh, you're a Kremlin asset, you're a Putin puppet, you're working for the Kremlin. Like these kinds of attacks, It's just one example, but this is the same kind of narrative that you're a traitor, you're a spy, you're an otherly. This is the same trend. And it's become very mainstream to do that now. And I don't see anything democratic about it at all. As a matter of fact, it's textbook authoritarian, right? You accuse a journalist that you don't like of being a spy or working for some other force or a traitor or unprincipled or some other bullshit, and you silence them. It's the same result. So thank you again for all your nice comments. Abdullah says Iran has arrested 3 Israeli Mossad spies. Iranian intelligence officers claim they have arrested 3 members of a group linked to Israel's Mossad agency. Yeah, I saw this headline, but you'll have to forgive me. I didn't read anything about it, so I'll leave it for another time, I guess. I was planning on talking about it, but I haven't read anything yet. I mean, we could take a look together if you want. I do like an impromptu segment, as I'm sure you guys know. Let's see what we've got. So, again, I'm just picking the first thing that comes to mind. This is from. Can you guys see that? This is from the Times of Israel. The headline says Iran claims to arrest 3 people accused of spying for the Mossad. State TV reports that the individuals were nabbed in the southeastern province of Sistan and Baluchistan, but doesn't identify them or how they accessed classified information. So again, I'm not familiar with this story. I'm just going through with it, going through it with you guys right now, live. So it says that Iranian intelligence officers, they arrested 3 people belonging to a group linked to Israel's Mossad agency. For those of you who don't know, the Mossad is basically the CIA in Israel. It's the intelligence agency. So linked to Israel's Mossad agency and charged them with involvement in releasing classified information. The report said they were arrested in the southeastern provinces, and Iran and Israel have long accused each other of spying and waging a shadow war for years. Israel views Tehran as its greatest threat and has repeatedly threatened to take military action against Iran to prevent it from acquiring nuclear weapons. Iran denies it is seeking such weapons and has vowed a harsh response to any aggression. Do you see how this is not reporting? They're trying to appear neutral, right? Like, oh, well, Israel says this and Iran says that. This is not the fucking truth. The truth is reality. What does reality tell us? Reality tells us that Iran is following the nuclear deal. That means there are nuclear inspectors from the United Nations, from the International Atomic Energy Agency, who can go into any nuclear facility they like and check what's going on. And they have cameras and they have special seals. Iran is the most surveyed country in terms of nuclear technology. So the IAEA has been very clear that Iran is not developing a nuclear weapon and is following the nuclear deal as planned. So when you write something like this, this makes it seem like, well, Israel says there are nuclear weapons and the Iranians claim they don't have any. We don't know what's going on. No, you know what's going on. The IAEA, which is a neutral actor that sends scientists to check these things, that has monitoring equipment, verification, has established there is no nuclear weapons program. Why do you write this stuff? This is not being neutral. This is not being neutral or objective. Telling the truth is what you should be doing. And the truth is there is no nuclear weapons program in Iran. If you want to be sure of one country where you can be sure there's no nuclear weapons program, it's Iran, because of all the verification. If they were developing a weapon, everybody would know about it. There's no way to hide that with all this monitoring going on. Okay, so again, I know this is a bit separate from the issue about the spies, but I think it's very important to note that. And the irony here is that Israel has nuclear weapons, and they're secret, and Israel has refused to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. It has an undeclared nuclear arsenal. And then they point the finger at Iran, like, oh, those guys, they might have nukes. What? You have nukes. You actually have them. They're already built. And you didn't tell anyone. And like the hypocrisy is something else, man. In any case, I'm one of the only people covering the Iran nuclear deal, like on the ground. So I have to point that out because it's so ridiculous reading these sorts of things, like as if nobody knows what's going on. No, you know perfectly what's going on. So in January, the article continues. In January, Israel said it had broken up an Iranian spy ring that recruited Israeli women via social media to photograph sensitive sites, gather intelligence, and encourage their sons to join Israeli military intelligence. In July, Iran said it arrested members of an armed group linked to Mossad after they sneaked into Iran across its western border. Iran occasionally announces the detention of people it says are spying for foreign countries, including the US and Israel. In 2020, Iran executed a man convicted of leaking information to the US and Israel about a prominent Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps general who was later killed by a US drone strike in Iraq. Is that it? Okay, there's just one last line. Iran does not recognize Israel and supports anti-Israeli armed groups across the region, such as Hezbollah and Hamas. That's, again, this is so funny, anti-Israeli armed groups. They're not anti-Israeli, they're resistance groups. They are anti anybody who invades them. Like that's not their defining characteristic. But anyway, I think, again, this is the Times of Israel. Although, to be fair, if you picked up the BBC, you would have seen the same thing. I can just tell you one thing. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the Israelis have spies in Iran and Iran has spies in Israel, or shall we say occupied Palestine. So, of course, this is normal, man. Every country is infiltrated, every other, the US has spies in the UK. That's how it goes. This is how it works. And I don't think that the Iranians would have said that if it's not true, because, when you announce something like that, you better have something to back it up, right? And the thing is, the extent, I think the Israelis are in Iran to a far greater extent than you might think, right? Just one symptom of that, or one way you can find that, is going back to the nuclear thing. These acts of sabotage and Karaj, Natanz, these are nuclear facilities that just mysteriously sabotaged, right? There's like a little explosion, the electricity, the power has been sabotaged. This is what spies are doing in there. And of course, this is one method of deployment, sabotage. Other methods are just intelligence gathering. These are people that will never go on a sabotage operation. Their job is to just fit into society, blend in, and then, provide a continuous stream, a long-term stream of information, right? Now, I think you should also take into consideration that the Israelis, they work with the Americans, with the CIA. So it's not uncommon to see them working together in Iran or in Syria. You see, for example, in Stuxnet, when they used this computer virus against Iran, the CIA and the Mossad, they made a computer virus together and they deployed it to sabotage the centrifuges in the Natanz nuclear facility. And then they, of course, do assassination operations. Like, for example, in Syria, they've killed people from Hamas, people from Hezbollah. And, of course, in Iran, you've also had multiple nuclear scientists that have been assassinated. And the thing is, they, in this article, they talk about Iran trying to recruit. What was this line again? What they say here? What did they say up here? They said something about, So they say that Israel had broken up an Iranian spy ring that recruited Israeli women via social media and also encouraged their sons to join Israeli military intelligence. I mean, this goes both ways, right? There's no way the Israelis are going into Iran and killing scientists without, somebody working with them locally. And usually, not always, but usually, you might find it's somebody from the MEK. So the MEK is, again, that's a whole other issue. It's on the channel. I've done videos about it if you want to go look. It's sort of become a fringe group, right? They're based, I think, now in Albania. They used to be based in Iraq for a while when Saddam Hussein was trying to destroy Iran. And then they moved. They were based in France for a while, and now they're in Albania, right? And of course, these are Iranians, right? You have some of their supporters in Iran, not just outside. And they usually, to spite the government, to spite Iran, they will work with the Israelis on such things. So I'm not surprised that the Iranians are finding spy rings in there. And again, I don't think they're saying here that they arrested 3 people. They don't reveal the nationality, right? So we don't know what nationality they are. But you remember a few months ago, this was in Erbil, so in northern Iraq, in the Kurdistan region. there's a place called Erbil, and you have a U.S. Consulate, I think, and there's a U.S. base, an airstrip, and just last month in March, the Iranians and their, I think it was the Hashd al-Sha'bi with them, they launched a couple of missiles, and they killed what they said were Israeli spies. And again, we don't know the nationality. They could be Iraqi, who knows? But they also bombed this compound, right? So you remember this? We covered it on here live. This is on 17th of March, right? So, yeah, exactly. This is what we were talking about. They were Fatah missiles, and it was just nearby to the U.S. consulate. And they said that this was a facility being used by the Israelis. And that's also not uncommon because the Kurdistan region, I mean, this is nothing new that they're working with the Israelis. Not everybody there, obviously, but the Israelis, they've had ties with this area for quite a while. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially it's in the vicinity of a U.S. base. All of this to say that, the Israelis they're actively trying to sabotage Iran's nuclear program, not because it's a weapons program, but because they don't want, they don't want Iran to have any leverage, and they don't want Iran to be advanced, because you have to consider Iran's been under sanctions, and I don't know many countries under sanctions that are able to have such a compelling advanced nuclear program. And the nanotechnology, Iran is one of the top 5 in the world, one of the best in nanotechnology. It's very impressive. And you look at their military capabilities, the ballistic, the cruise missiles that they've developed, the drones, the surface-to-air missiles. It's very, very, very capable. And it's capable enough to scare the Israelis and the Americans. And again, this is under sanctions. And Iran is not only developing all of these fields simultaneously, but also supporting other resistance groups in the region. So whether it's Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, or shall we just say Yemen, right? And then Syria, and the Hashd al-Sha'bi. So it's very, very compelling. And I think the Israelis, they won't be giving up anytime soon. I just to go off on a little tangent, I just want to remind you that in the 80s, the Israelis bombed Iraq. They bombed a nuclear reactor that was given to them by the French. And they said the same thing, like, oh, Iraq's trying to build nuclear weapons. Now, honestly, we know Iran is not. Iraq, I really don't know. With Saddam, anything is possible. But they've also done the same thing in Syria in 2007. I'm really struggling to see how Syria had a nuclear program. I think it's rubbish. I think it's just an excuse. And they use this for the preemptive doctrine of self-defense, right? They say, look, the guy has a nuclear weapons program, that's why we had to bomb him. Sorry. That's very convenient, right? And make no mistake, you'll see many more headlines like this as other spy rings are unraveled and broken apart. Make no mistake. And do you guys do you know what that makes me think of? Do you guys know this show called Tehran? It's the capital of Iran is Tehran, and there's a show I think came out last year called Tehran. And let's be very clear, this is an Israeli show, so you already know what to expect. But I know it's corny, but I have to admit the production is well made, right? It's from a production point of view, it's entertaining. And I watched it just for fun, just to see the propaganda. And honestly, there was quite the plot twist at the end. But I wanted to say something about this show. I was going to do like a full video on it because, you might be thinking, well, what's this got to do with politics? It's just a TV show. It's got a lot to do with politics because the Israelis, they make a lot of these shows. There's another one they did about Palestinians. I forgot the name of it, but they make these films. And one of them, for example, is The Spy with Sacha Baron Cohen. And that's a true story, right? But my point is that the Israelis, they produce a lot of propaganda in the form of films and shows. And the purpose of this is to paint the Israelis and their spies and the Mossad as like these superhuman geniuses, and oh, look how stupid these Arabs and Iranians are. We slipped right through under their noses. Like, this is the whole point of this bullshit, right? That's basically the message that they keep conveying. And in one case in Syria, you had an Israeli spy. So his parents were from Syria, from Aleppo, but they went to Egypt, and he was born in Egypt. And they're Syrian Jewish, right? Or you could say Arab Jewish. And this guy is called Eli Cohen. He left to become an Israeli citizen, and then he joined the spy agency, the Mossad. And they sent him to Syria. And they did this very cleverly. I have to admit, it's very, very clever. Because at the time, you had a big community of Syrians in Argentina, okay? An expatriate community. And they sent this motherfucker all the way to Argentina, and they gave him all the money and the resources to make him look like he's a rich businessman. And that his Arabic is broken. He doesn't sound really Syrian because his parents are expats, right? He grew up in Argentina. And that's how they basically, you know, he would throw these parties, and he got to know the Syrian ambassador, I think it was. I don't know. He just basically started mixing with the Syrian circle in Argentina, and that includes people in the embassy. And he got the Syrian embassy in Buenos Aires to write him a letter to get him into Syria, to say that this guy, he's a Syrian, and he's a rich businessman, and he wants to come back to Syria to invest in the country, and he's a real patriot. You know, he tricked them, and it worked. And he gets into Syria, and then in Syria he starts throwing, again, more parties, and he starts mixing in with the military circles, with the you know, the elites in Syria. And this guy got so fucking far. His undercover name was Amin Thabit, okay? But his real name is Eli Cohen. He almost became the fucking defense minister in Syria. The defense minister. I mean, that's scandalous. That's really bad. That's how far this guy got. And he ended up being caught because somebody, I don't recall who it was, but they picked up he would submit messages with Morse code, I think it was, and he would report back to the Israelis all the time. And somebody picked up this transmission, and they pinpointed the location, and they found him, and they uncovered the whole thing. And then he was publicly executed. He was hanged in, where was it? Saht al-Majlis? I can't remember. It's somewhere in Damascus. And I mean, do you see how clever they are? I give them credit for this one. That's very sneaky. It almost worked. But the way that they portray it, of course, is again, it's like, oh, look how dumb these Syrians are. He slipped past and everything. You know, they do the same thing. And this show is called The Spy, and it's on Netflix, I think it was. And my cousin told me to watch it, right? My cousin Roni, he kept annoying me, nagging me to go watch it, and I did. And then here on the channel, I sat with him and we reviewed it. So go watch it if you want. It's fun. We had a fun time. And then of course they do the same thing, right? So they have another Israeli show. I don't know the name, but it takes place in Palestine. And then now they've made this one with Iran, and it's called Tehran, right? And again, the only purpose of this is to paint the Mossad as like these brilliant, superhuman spies. They're so good, and they can fool anybody. It's just propaganda. It's just marketing, you know. That's what it is. But I'll admit, from a production point of view, yeah, it's entertaining. It has to be, otherwise no one would watch it. It has to be well made. Right? It has to be well produced. That's the whole point. But yeah, you should. It's on the channel. Just look up Netflix, The Spy, and you'll find it. I talked about it with my cousin. We had a good time. So in any case, I went off on a bit of a tangent, but I I heard that they are continuing this show about Tehran. I think they will have a new season soon. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sit down and I'll do a full breakdown of it, of all the scenes that I find interesting, because it absolutely relates to politics. It relates to everything we're talking about. So yeah, we'll do that another time. Claudia got me the name Fawda. Fawda is the name of the Israeli show that takes place in Palestine. And it's also along the same lines of what I told you. That's the one, Fawda. Honestly, I turned that one on, Because I'm interested. Like, what's the what kind of propaganda are they pushing? And I turned that one on. I couldn't get past the first episode. I didn't find it to be well made. I wasn't interested. You guys sent some super chats. Please let me read them to you because I missed them. They've gone up somewhere. So hold on. Here we go. This is from Google user. It sent it 4 times. They said, I'm Iranian and I watched Tehran. It was admittedly well done, but it's propaganda and they forgot oranges don't survive in Tehran. Like I said, it's well made. It's propaganda, but it's well produced from a cinematography point of view. Since you've seen it, I'm sure you know the first scene or one of the first scenes where, you know, this spy, she comes into Iran and then the first thing she sees is like someone being publicly hanged. And the reason they do this is like, oh, look, she's just arrived in Iran. Look at these savages. Like that's really what it is. It's like, let's paint the Iranians in a negative light and like, let's make them look like they're uncivilized and so on. Like as if the Israelis don't have the death penalty and haven't, you know, and like the Israelis are such saints. They would never kill anyone. And they are so human in how they treat Palestinians. And yeah, it's garbage. It's just garbage. I'm sure you know that was the purpose of that scene, but you know, I think it's filmed in Greece, right? They filmed it in Greece. Again, if you're Iranian, for you the difference must be very immediate. For me, I've never had the luxury, the chance of being to Iran yet. So inshallah one day. But so I couldn't tell how different the show looks compared to how Iran actually is. But when I watched The Spy with the Sacha Baron Cohen, that obviously a big part of that takes place in Damascus in Syria, and I must admit it looked a tiny bit like Damascus. I don't know where they filmed it. He in the story, again, this is a true story. He stays, I think, in, where did he say, Abu Rumane or Malki? Where the hell was he? One of the rich districts in Damascus. I think it was. Hold on, I'm just looking it up again. I think it was in Abu Rumane. Yeah. So I don't know how well the Tehran one was done, but when it comes to to The Spy, it was decent. It's okay. You know what? One of the first scenes they show you, I think, the very, very first thing you see is they're in the Jewish quarter in Damascus, and that was accurate. That really looked like the old city in Damascus. You know, these like tiny streets. That looked accurate, but again, they only show it for a few seconds, so it's not like they had to do so much. But yeah, it was more or less correct. Again, you should please go watch the video I did with my cousin where we reviewed the thing. You'll enjoy it very, very much, and it's on the channel. Just look up Netflix The Spy, something like that, and you'll find it. Hold on a second. I'm just trying to go through your comments, guys. I'm just looking something up with Eli Cohen. Yeah. What did I say? Where did they hang him again in Damascus? think it's Sahat al-Marji. There's this famous hold on, I'll show you a picture of it. This sort of column, I guess. So Saha is square in Arabic. So that's why my search is not working. I have to write Marji square. Yeah, here we go. Sahat al-Marji. This is where it was. I know this is not the best picture, but you get the point. This is where it was in Damascus, Sahat al-Marji, and yeah, I think they refused to return his body as well. I don't remember what happened. The Israelis asked for the Syrians to return, and of course that there's a big problem because the Syrians and the Israelis, they don't have any diplomatic relations. Syria refuses to recognize Israel, as do most Arab countries. Most Arab countries refuse to recognize Israel. And so I think they were mediating through the French or something. I don't remember what it was, but I don't know what happened to his possession and so on. I think Syria still has his body till now. And that of course confirms that he's a spy, right? So there was no mistaken identity or something. It's definitely otherwise the Israelis wouldn't ask, right? But again, I think it's quite incredible that he got so far, and the identity, the cover identity they gave him is quite compelling because if you say, oh well, this guy is an expat from Argentina, and that's why his Arabic is a bit broken, or he doesn't have a Syrian accent. يعني لهجته شوي غريبة, then you might be a bit more forgiving, think, oh yeah, that's why, and that's why he was able to fool a lot of people, right? But no, they got him in the end. Thank you, Patrick, for the super chat. Patrick says, I hope you and Gonzalo Lira talk to Gerald Celente someday. He's a U.S. economist who is against sending weapons to Ukraine. He has Occupy Peace movement. So you'll have to forgive me. I'm not too familiar with him, but I always write down the names that you guys send me, and I will get on it. So thank you for the recommendation, Patrick. And thank you, not on my watch, says Claudia and Richard. Great show and love your videos. You're very kind. I appreciate that. Lefty says, I'm obsessed with Damascus steel. There's I'm not sure I understand the other words. Something making them on YouTube. Yeah, Damascus steel is a sort of blade, right? Very famous. Julie says, define Arab countries and what is an Arab? What does that even mean? Suzanne, you're most welcome. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you. I was talking yesterday about this U.S. delegation that went to Taiwan. Lindsey Graham, and I think it was 6 other people, some of them on the Foreign Relations Committee. And I wanted to say one thing, which was very obvious, but I forgot to say it. When the U.S. are done with Ukraine, and again, it's very tragic how they're using Ukraine as a pawn, just as a stick to poke Russia with. It's very tragic because they're playing with people's lives. But I think what you're going to see in the future is you might, I'm not sure, I'm just speculating, but you might see something similar with Taiwan. I don't know if the US would be stupid enough to do that, but apparently NATO was stupid enough to do that with Russia. But, I wouldn't be surprised that people would start, you'd have Taiwan flags in their bios and everything. And you know what's so funny is that U.S. politicians, what was her name, Nancy something, not Pelosi, somebody else, some representative. She went to Taiwan in November last year, and I showed you the picture yesterday, and was it Nancy Mace? Hold on. Yeah, Nancy Mace. So she posted this picture of herself on the tarmac in front of the plane, and she says, "I just landed in the Republic of Taiwan." Oh my God. Why are you like this? Like they're so eager to just annoy China, they don't even know where they're fucking flying to. There's no such thing as the Republic of Taiwan. Taiwan calls itself the Republic of China. Okay? And China calls itself the People's Republic of China. Okay? So it's just so emblematic of this like attitude, like, yes, let's support this current thing just to annoy Russia or China, even if we have no clue what it is. Oh man. Anyway. The thing is, who was talking about this a few months ago? I don't remember who made this argument. But you know, I just want to say one thing. When you have somebody like Eli Cohen, this Israeli spy, who infiltrates Syria and almost becomes the bloody defense minister, it's no wonder that the result of this is more authoritarianism in the country, which is arguably not a good thing, right? But you're in a situation that, you know, Syria is officially still at war with Israel. There's even to this day, right? So you have an environment, a climate where Syria is constantly being attacked by the Israelis, by the Americans, by the French, by the British. And so it creates this environment of, you know, you have a government then that has an iron grip on everything. Because you have a country that's been paralyzed by external attacks. And this does two things. Number one, it's not good if you want to, you know, have a more free press. You want to have a more, you know, democratic society, because then you have all these restrictions in place. And the other thing is that it for the future, it impedes the country from doing, you know, regular things, because you're in a state of war, a constant state of war. So, you know, it's no wonder that you have a security apparatus, you have this kind of iron grip in Syria, when you have the Israelis that almost got somebody to become the fucking defense minister. Like, do you understand how serious that is? So maybe, hopefully, when they leave Syria alone, then we can, you know, not have to, you know, look over our shoulders, so to speak. So, again, it's not the only reason, right? Syria, again, it's a unique country, so you have to look at it in that scope. But these are things that should be taken into account, because not long after this whole debacle with Eli Cohen, you know, Syria in this time, there's a lot of political instability. Let me just show you. This is so funny once you see it. Let me show you how unstable Syria was. You had so many coups, presidential coups. Some guy was president for like 24 hours, and then another guy was. Look at this. This is ridiculous. This is a timeline of the Syrian presidents. Okay. Look how between let's say from 1947 up until 1970, you had like what, a dozen presidents. Look, this is crazy. Look at this. This guy was president for 24 days, 52 days. This guy was president for 3 days. This guy was president for 1 day. This guy was president for 1 day. I mean, this is insane, right? You have all of this political instability, one coup after the other, and of course, this whole debacle with Eli Cohen, this takes place right around that time, and so what you have as a result is a new government. He was, again, Eli Cohen's 65, I think, when they got him. Yeah, not his age. I mean, it was 1965, the year 1965, and so not long after that, you have a new government, a new system in Syria, and that's, of course, look, if you go back to the chart here, you can see Hafiz al-Assad from 1970 until, yeah, about 2000. I remember the funeral, yeah, on TV. So, yeah, 1971 until 2000. So Syria has come out of a period where you have coups left and right. It's come out of centuries of colonialism, the French, the Ottomans, and of course Israel is still colonizing Syria. And the Israelis are trying to infiltrate the government, and then you end up with a situation, you know, where you're under attack all the time, and you have to have an iron grip. And and then you know what's ironic about this is the West, the NATO, they'll constantly look at Syria, or they'll look at Iran, and they'll look at, you know, all these like so-called evil countries and say, oh, look how authoritarian they are. Look how there's no democracy. Look how there's no freedom. And then you ask yourself, well, what's the root cause of this? What's going on in these countries, if this is true? And then you find out that it's actually those same countries that are constantly attacking and poking and prodding. And I just showed you the story with Iran, how they've broken up a spy ring. And it's nothing new, right? You're going to see many more headlines like this all the time, just like we've already been seeing. I already told you all these acts of sabotage, like they killed 4 Iranian nuclear scientists between 2010 and 2012. They sabotaged the Natanz facility last year, the Karaj facility, Stuxnet in 2010. It's endless, right? I could go on and on. So you're constantly under attack. And then, of course, that creates a situation where you have to have restrictions and you have to have a tighter security apparatus. And it's ironically because of those same countries that are turning around saying, oh, you're not democratic. It's ridiculous. Maybe if you leave these countries alone, then they would be able to lift a lot of the restrictions that are in place because they keep getting attacked by you. No? Raphael says this stream has been going on longer than some Syrian presidents in office. You're damn right. So I haven't done a 24-hour stream yet, but maybe one time we'll do that. That's a good one, though. John Doe says, I love how the English language accidentally brings words back to its roots. Like when you read Syria in Cyrillics, it's Surya, or when how they call Russians, Russians, which was their name before it changed. Yeah, it's actually not just in English, but a lot of, you know, Latin-based languages or Indo-European, Germanic. It's quite interesting. You have a lot of words that come from whose roots are very interesting, and of course, just because I was talking about Syria, also a lot of Arabic words as well, right? I don't know how many of you know this, but maybe algebra, for example, is al-jabr, which is from Arabic, because this comes from the Islamic Golden Age. So this is 7th century, and well, I mean, the first Umayyad dynasty begins in the 7th century, and the Islamic Golden Age is basically this period from the 8th, so just 100 years later, 8th to the 14th century. And my point is that all the mathematics, the medicine, the astronomy, medical science, all of this was being developed in the Middle East, right? It was coming from Baghdad. There were lots of Persian, Persian scholars as well, and scientists, and that's why it's called the Islamic Golden Age. And algebra, which is a core pillar in mathematics, it's actually developed by Muslims, right? Al-Jabr. So that's just one example, but I think algorithm as well. Alcohol, al-kuhul, right? Muhammad says, inshallah, we'll have the second golden age back in Arabian countries. Inshallah. I think that would be amazing. That would be great, right? I'm just looking at some more things to more stories if we've So, have you guys heard about Moldova? This is the latest story, well, on the front page now that I've seen. What do you guys know about Moldova? What have you heard in the last 24 hours? Zaskoko says, love you, brother, from Algeria. Ahlan wa sahlan. I hope I get to visit Aljazair at one point. It would be very cool. I'd love to. And I've never been to the Maghreb, so Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya. I really want to go. Mahmoud says Genghis Khan ended the Muslim Golden Age. One of the worst things in history, in my opinion, is the well, I can point to two of them, right? But the burning of the Baghdad library and the library in Alexandria, and just I think that alone that really set us back a lot. When I say us, I mean humanity. I think there's so much knowledge that we don't know, because a lot of the Greek philosophers that are, you know, idolized in Western culture, who translated those texts? It's the Arabs. The Arabs saved all of the Greek philosophy and translated it and preserved it for humanity, right? And mathematics as well. And they not only preserved it, they improved upon it and created things like algebra and so on. So credit where credit is due. And something important you should note is that you'll have some people say, well, no, there's only 100,000 that were killed by U.S. troops, which is a ridiculous thing to say, because first of all, that number is much higher. That's not accurate. The U.S. killed much more. And you have to take into consideration that everybody killed by Al-Qaeda and killed by ISIS is a result of the invasion, because you wouldn't have Al-Qaeda in Iraq and you wouldn't have ISIS in Iraq if the United States and the UK hadn't invaded. So the full 1 million deaths are directly attributable to the US and to the UK. That's a fact. There's none of this Al-Qaeda bullshit under Saddam Hussein. You don't have to like him, but that's a fact. You could walk down the street without a fucking car bomb going off. You could go and pray at the mosque without a bomb going off, because there was stability. And that's what they don't like to admit, because they think that, yeah, it's nice to have a democracy where, you know, people are being blown up at the mosque. And, you know, they think that this is the kind of, like, upside down logic they try to sell you. The fact is, Iraq is more stable under Saddam, even though he did bad things, you know, inside Iraq and outside Iraq in terms of Iran, Kuwait. But it was more stable and it was safer. And the same thing with Syria. It's safer under Bashar al-Assad than having it cut in 4 parts, occupied by Israel, occupied by Turkey, occupied by the United States, occupied by ISIS, occupied by Al-Qaeda. This is not an alternative. This is rubbish. So, but it's really messed up with Ukraine. So, you know, that's millions of people that have left their homes. I mean, think about that. Think about having to do that, like being in their shoes. That's really, really bad. And they need to fix this, man, because you had these talks that were taking place, these diplomatic talks. Remember, they were trying to do them in Turkey, and then they were meeting also wasn't near Chernobyl, they were meeting. There were various negotiations between the Russians and the Ukrainians. And that appears to have broken down. The last I heard about peace talks was, you know, quite a while ago. This is the latest from Euronews. This is from April 20th. And the headline says, no Ukraine peace demands received from Russia, according to Zelensky. Okay. He's saying that Ukraine has not received anything outlining Russia's demands for peace talks, according to Zelensky after Moscow said it had presented Kiev with a document. So Peskov said that the Russian government had passed a draft containing absolutely clear, elaborate wording to Kiev, and that the ball is now in their court. But on the same day, during a visit by the president of the EU Council to Ukraine, Zelensky denied seeing any such papers. They say the ball is on our side. I used to play football very well in this peaceful time. My God, do you know, this sounds like Boris Johnson speaking. They say the ball is on our side. I used to play football very well in the peaceful time. What rules are there? 2 teams are participating and you need to see the ball. It seems to me that he's playing football with himself. Okay, very good. Well done. Beautiful analogy. So that's it. Like that. This is the news update. That's it. The Russians say they sent a document, and the Ukrainians say they don't have it. Well done. Wow. I bet the 800 million worth of weapons, they won't miss those. No, but seriously, this is ridiculous. Do they need help? Can I provide a printer maybe, or a courier service? I'd be more than happy. Whatever stops the war. Whatever stops the war. Guys, I'm going to nag you again. If you have Telegram, if you're on Telegram, which is a messaging app, please subscribe to my channel so you get updates when I go live. It's t.me/Medhurst. I've put the link in the description and in the chat. You don't have to memorize it, don't worry. And this is completely free. It's just so I can reach you. When I go live, you will know, because I will literally send you a message. And the other alternative is the email. If you prefer email, you don't want to download any new apps, or you don't want to join in Telegram, just go on Substack, and there's a form. You just put in your email and hit subscribe, and you'll get an email every time I go live, so you won't miss it. This is what it looks like. There's the form. Just type your email and hit subscribe. That's it. And of course, if you want to watch my videos on other websites, I'm on Rumble, Rockfin, and Odyssey. And they're censoring people all the time. You never know what happens. Hopefully the channel will be okay. But just to be safe, I have those backups so we can reach each other and so you can watch the videos. I think that's very important. All of this is completely free, and all the links I'm going to paste below. So, this is a donation on PayPal from Rob. Thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate it. And we have another one here from Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. And we also have Shane, who just signed up on Patreon. Thank you very much, Shane. As the tradition goes, I will play a crab dance for you. Everybody, show Shane some love.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have 2 number 9s. The number 9 lords. We got him. I know it myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
Why you take this? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Forgive me, oh boy. I was just getting something to drink. So, again, where are you guys tuning in from? That's pretty insane. I think how many views have we got already? I haven't even stopped the live stream. I'm still on. And I think we're at 50,000 views, something like that. Not bad. Not bad. That's very good. Welcome and hello to all the new subscribers. I'm just trying to check, and yeah, not bad. Not bad. Where are you guys tuning in from then? Tell me. I see Beirut, awesome, Miami, Germany, Moscow, Venus, Pakistan, Canada, Brazil, Queensland, Canada, Arizona, Kentucky, Australia, Oxfordshire, Sweden, Malaysia, Singapore, New Jersey, Toronto, Belgium, Colombia, Serbia, Quebec, Vegas, Sweden, Southern California, Monterey. I can't read. It's going too fast. Amazing. This is so dope. Well done, guys. Well done. You're very kind. You're very kind. I can't keep up anymore. It's going too fast. Thank you very much to Pauline for the donation on PayPal. You're very kind. And I hope I haven't missed any of your donations. You guys are still going. I see Iran, Brisbane, Imran Khan hit you for 6. yeah, Imran Khan is I don't think he's going anywhere, because if the guy wanted to leave politics, he wouldn't be holding rallies in Karachi, in Peshawar, in Islamabad, Lahore, or as they say, it's a jalsa, right? I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, a jalsa. Where else did he hold one? Lahore, Karachi, Peshawar. I don't know. I showed you all the videos yesterday. There's too many. That's the problem. This guy is too popular. He keeps going from city to city and holding rallies with millions of people. In the press, I was reading an article from Al Jazeera. They said it was tens of thousands. Tens of thousands. Come on. Did you not see the videos with me? That's millions of people, man. It's really millions. Let me show you again. Some of you maybe were not here yesterday during the live. This has to be millions. It can't be anything less. Let's pick a rally in Karachi. How about that? God, look at the size of this thing. Oh my goodness. Can you see that? Can you see how huge that is? So this is in Lahore. This guy's indefatigable, truly. This is from Karachi, this video. I'm so fascinated by the size of these crowds. I have to like go through the videos 15 times with you. Do you know any politician who can do that? Who can do that? Seriously, name one politician in the West who can do that. Not even Jeremy Corbyn. Okay, no, Jeremy Corbyn can whip up good crowds. But still, this is so big, I really think there's no competition. Even Jeremy Corbyn couldn't whip up crowds like that. And Corbyn can drive people out. It's funny because, you know... I just want to say something. In the Labour Party in the UK, its membership started growing so big, especially with young people when Corbyn was the leader. And then as soon as they got rid of him, they screwed him. The membership went down. Surprise, surprise. So, you know, when you have a popular leader, you can do anything. When someone is like actually loved by the people. And Imran Khan has way more support than any Western leader that I can think of. Any Western leader that I can think of. You guys, you guys in the comments, you're saying Donald Trump can whip up crowds like this. I will concede that he can whip up bigger crowds than Biden. Do you remember when Biden? I'm not even going to talk about the campaign trail anymore. But I don't think Trump could be bigger than this. I'm going to show you more videos. You'll see what I mean. I don't know. You might not have been watching yesterday, but this is nuts. This is nuts. And no wonder they're afraid of this guy. No wonder they're afraid of having elections, because this guy's going to wipe the floor with them. Imran Khan is a prime minister that is elected by the people. And Shabazz right now, he's prime minister because, you know, they elected him inside the assembly, but it's not by the people, it's by the representatives. And yeah, you can come here and tell me, yeah, but it's a representative democracy, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I get it. I know how it works. I told you the news. But my point is that there's a difference between somebody, for example, in the UK, how many prime ministers have we had in the last 10 years that were not elected, right? We didn't have that many. Gordon Brown, I don't recall him being... hold on, no. Boris Johnson, for example, he was running against, in the end of 2019, who was it again? Hunt? I think it was Hunt. And, you know, basically the party elected him. It wasn't elected by the people. And then before him, we had several prime ministers that weren't really elected. They're just voted in by their party. Who wants a leader like that? Never mind the policies, right? So this is the difference between someone like the British Prime Minister and someone like Imran Khan. Not just the policies and not just the man, but that there's actual love from the people, a deep sense of support. And I'm just looking up more of these videos because I kept a lot of them for you, but yeah. This really fucking upset me. Hold on. Sorry, this has nothing to do with Imran Khan. This is something from Palestine. I just came across it again. It's so outrageous. I'll show it to you in a second, but I thought of looking for more videos to show you. Again, I played them all yesterday, right? So go watch them on the channel. You'll see. My goodness, look at this. This is ridiculous. Look at this crowd. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That is crazy. My brain cannot even compute how many people are in this video and at this rally. That is insane. This is in Peshawar, April 14th. You see what I'm talking about? Wow. In any case, let me show you this again. I'm changing subject now. I'm pivoting to Palestine. But the only thing that you can say when you see these crowds is mashallah. Really. So I just want to show you something from Palestine, because there's so many videos that are emerging. It's almost confusing. I'm like, what is this from? This from today? Yesterday? They did this again? They beat someone up again? It's quite a challenge keeping up, because there's so many injustices, acts of brutality. There's so much violence from the Israelis against the Palestinians. This is a disabled man with, he has crutches, and I mean, look how they treat him, the Israelis. It's disgusting, right? They treat him like he's dirt, like he's like a bag or something. They just throw him on the ground. And they've also, today, again, this video I just showed you is not from today. It's from 3 days ago, from April 18th. This video that I'm about to show you is from today. This is from the mosque, Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the Israelis attacked medics. Again, I'm not sure I can play it because of YouTube's restrictions, but yeah, you get the idea. It's really, you know, really shameful. This is happening every day. There's so much video evidence. It's just overwhelming, and no one cares. You know, if Russia was doing this, they'd have no problem calling it out. But 70 years of this, and it's apparently so difficult for them to say or do anything. You know. The Israelis were also using drones, and this is a video from today. They're using drones to drop tear gas on Palestinians. Take a look. Disgusting. Look what happened also inside the mosque. Look how they've arrested people inside the Aqsa Mosque and thrown them down on the floor. Look at that. Can you imagine if Palestinians were going into a synagogue and attacking worshippers and handcuffing them and throwing them on the floor like that? Can you imagine the outrage? Rightfully justified outrage. Yeah. So where is it here? Where's the outrage for this? Look at that. In the mosque. What is so offensive and or dangerous or unacceptable, you know, about these Palestinians that you have to go inside while they're praying and zip tie them, you know, handcuff them essentially and throw them on the floor like that? What have they done? Are they murderers? Are they serial killers? What is this? What kind of behavior is that? Who does this? This is so disgusting. Every single day, there's more videos like this. You guys know, you've been tuning in, and it's just an endless stream of horrific stuff like this. And then they attack the Palestinians. How dare you throw a rock? Motherfucker, if you did that to me, I would throw 10 rocks. Who do you think you are? Like, you want to beat the Palestinians and then blame them for resisting? What is this slave mentality, you know? They shut up and accept the abuse, right? That's basically what they're telling them. Forex Gold says, don't you dare throw a rock at our tanks. Yeah, basically. One of you sent me a sticker or something. I apologize. I'm trying to see. Oh, it was Pookie. It says, I'm watched from your closet. Well, thank you, Pookie and Nevo and Ali. And again, Nevo, thank you guys very much for your super chats. And Maine says, so glad you show the truth. I'm a US veteran who does not support the Ukraine Nazi military government. We should be fighting Nazis, not supporting them. Yeah, absolutely. That goes without saying. It's, you know, it's very, very disturbing. It's very disturbing. This sending unlimited amounts of weapons and money to groups like Al-Qaeda, groups like Azov. But that's what these governments are doing in the name of their people. It's really bad. And the problem is that it's not just, oh, this is morally reprehensible. It's going to have long-lasting effects. You know, with Al-Qaeda, for example, I mean, the CIA helped create Al-Qaeda, and then Al-Qaeda, of course, on its own was already a problem in Afghanistan and Pakistan. But then, of course, it spread to Iraq, it spread to Syria, Libya, Yemen, and the Sahel. And then, of course, with the Azov, I wouldn't be surprised if you have them expanding outside of Ukraine. This is the problem when you give them so much money and weapons, they feel emboldened, and they are able to recruit and expand, and you know, this is gonna this is not gonna be good. So just a second. Thank you very much to Beer and Flies. I'm glad you're still tuned in. I appreciate the sticker. You're very kind. And I see on Telegram, we are just shy of 8,000 subscribers. We're literally almost there. Almost at 8,000 subscribers. So please make sure you go and join the channel, and I'll post the link below. It's completely free, and it's great because you get notified when I go live. So it's a win-win. And of course, if you want, you can sign up to the newsletter here if you prefer email. Everything is free, and it's good to have a backup. So yeah. And again, thank you to everybody who's supporting the program on Patreon or PayPal. If you'd like to donate monthly, I'll put the links below. I think we're at 828 now. So yeah, we're almost at the goal. We're almost at the goal. We want to hit. Oh no, it's 831. Not bad. Not bad. So we want to hit 850 subscribers, and we're at 831. Again, I'm very grateful to all of you, and even just liking the video helps the channel. So thank you. In any case, I think that's it from me, unless you guys have any more questions. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. We've been going strong for almost 6 hours, so not bad. And again, if you sent anything on PayPal or YouTube and I didn't get a chance to read it, I'm sorry. I was probably just rambling and focusing on the work. So Nebula says, how many hours do you sleep per night? That's classified. Thank you guys very much. And again, thank you for tuning in and liking the video. Make sure you share all the segments, right? Please, when you share the videos, use a hashtag. Use hashtag RichardMedhurst. And who knows, maybe we get it trending. Worth a try. So thank you very, very much. Everything will be up on the channel. Don't worry. You won't miss anything. And yeah. I'm just lingering to see if anyone joins on Patreon so we can get a quick crab dance on the way out. But let's see. Let's see. Thank you, Belov. Thank you, Ferdinand. And thank you, Jean-Michel. Thank you, Jeffrey. And thank you, Major Tom. You're very kind. Indigo says, just one last crab dance. Just one. All right, I'll think about it, maybe. Blue says, what can we do as a people to create a better world? I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is, but I think having more empathy with others and sympathy, right? I think that's a good place to start. If I may say so. It's a good question. Thank you, Kirkland. All right, guys, I'm gonna sign out. Take care. Ma salame. Bye-bye. Thank you for everything.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
After we lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have two number 9s. The number 9 large. We got him. I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.